The legend of the phoenix, all ends with beginnings. What keeps the planet springing? The force of the beginning. Love. The present has no limit. Your gift keeps on giving. What is this of feeling? If you want to live, I'm ready.
She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get some. She's up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 We're up all night to get lucky.
stop the dancing. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah, don't stop the dancing. One more time. You know I'm just feeling celebration tonight. Celebrate, don't wait too late. No, we don't stop. You can't stop. We're gonna celebrate one more time. One more time. One more time. A celebration. You know we're gonna do it right tonight. Hey, just feel it. Music's got me feeling the need. Yeah. Come on. Alright, we're gonna celebrate one more time. Celebrate and dance so free. Music's got me feeling so free. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free.
Ergen kızırganlu maygu varagu paygo yaşakana ayata günana yelana yelata bürküdü poz tengri azit suana zuvata odana odata yarın ribur mezyali kalaz bayanay kalin lotiken vah.
Annie Hovina Shinyar, Huru, Bokravina, Kunarahal, and Kujimin, Tulaman, Tulaman, Tulamana, Bina Bitulamana, Bina Buyahela, Tulaman, Tulaman, Tulamana, Parki, Tulamana, Bina Buyahela. Rachmechinole, se Tulaman, Tiana, Procadera, se Tulamangela, Tulaman, Tulaman, Tulamana, Bina Bitulamana, Bina Buyahela, Tulaman, Tulaman, Tulamana, Parki, Tulamana, Bina Buyahela. Broka brekatur en dol makela te bar extra shere tulaman gela tulaman 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 bina bitulaman bina bujahela tulaman 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 parki tulaman bina bujahela tulaman bina bitulaman bina bujahela tulaman bina bitulaman bina bujahela tulaman 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 bina bitulaman bina bujahela tulaman 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 parki tulaman bina bujahela tulaman bina bitulaman bina bujahela tulaman bina bitulaman bina bujahela. And you read nothing out of the Korea, walk away, knock on the rahal and could dream into Tulaman, 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 Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Tulaman, 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 Parki Tulaman, Bina Buyahela, Tulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Tulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Tulaman, 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 Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Tulaman, 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 Parki Tulaman, Bina Buyahela, Tulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Tulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela.
Det är det enda ni gör på dagarna. Ni sitter där vid en tril och spelar Dota.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
I hear you man.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
I feel you man.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och pushar på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar.
Let's get it on.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och pushar på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar. Vi sitter här i på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar.
Have one on the house.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
I hear you, man.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
I feel you, man.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
That's more like it.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
Excellent choice.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och pushar på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar.
Let's get it on.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och pushar på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och pushar på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar.
Don't worry. Be happy.
All right, who's ready? This could be an intro. This one's a pretty long intro. Look at that instrument. Isn't that so sick? His guitar that looks like a bow shooting an arrow. Is that not the coolest thing you've ever seen? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe that's not really your thing. But it's definitely my thing. Hey everybody, welcome back. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. Welcome back, everybody. A little throat singing gets me pumped up. I'm gonna shift gears here. We're gonna. So this might be an abrupt change from the Mongolian metal to the lo-fi. We'll try to make it as seamless as possible. Hello, everybody. Hello, welcome back. I'm glad to see you. It's nice to see that you're still hanging in there, still kicking it. Looking in the question box, we are almost to 6,500. Halfway to 7K. Are the glasses for migraines? No, the glasses are to make me look cool. And also to protect my eyes from staring at a screen for hours. My favorite rule is the rule of cool. It's my favorite rule. Like when you're playing Dungeons and Dragons. Are you familiar with the rule of cool? If you're not, I'll tell you about it. The rule of cool, it originates from like tabletop, roleplay type games. And let's say you want your character to do something, and if it were to happen, it would be really cool. And the DM, they roll some dice. They roll some dice behind the table. They're like, Or they'll bend the rules a little bit for you because it would be really cool. You know, maybe technically what you're trying to do isn't in the rule book, but they're gonna give you some wiggle room because it's badass. That's the rule of cool. All right, everybody. Hello and welcome back. We've got a topic for you today. I've got a presentation here for you. This one's not meant to be as serious. You know, I feel like sometimes we can get into some pretty heavy stuff, which is good. I don't mind it. You know, I'm fine with talking about it, but I recognize that it can become a lot. It can become a lot to, you know, and there's already a lot going on, so. Sometimes it's nice to switch it up and do something that's a little bit more lighthearted and fun. And so today we're gonna talk about how to accept a compliment. I'm just gonna take a wild guess here. Hey you. Yeah, you. Yes, you specifically. I bet that sometimes when people say nice stuff about you, you don't believe them. Or you downplay it, or you dismiss it. Don't you? Hmm? Am I right or am I wrong? Or maybe you're a pretty good person. Maybe you're a pretty good person. Maybe you've never hurt nobody. You never hurt nobody. You never committed any felonies. At least not any of the violent felonies. Yes? Okay. Not working? Why? Like, what's wrong with them?
It's like they won't fucking charge you. It's like, I don't know what Samsung is doing.
Okay. Give me one and I'll try to mess with it while you use it. Casey said both of her streaming phones weren't working for some reason. So I don't know what that's about. I told her to bring one in here, I'll mess with it. Well, and she left the door open. Do you think she'll close the door? Should I get up and close the door? Will she close it soon? I'm deciding whether or not to get up and close the door myself. We'll roll the dice. Anyway, we'll come back to that later. We got that presentation for you. Hold on. Give me like 5 minutes. Give me a minute. Casey's trying to figure out stuff with his phone. So I'm just gonna go see if I can help her real quick. So give me just a minute. My apologies. I could just hear her frustrated in the other room trying to get this streaming phone to work, and I need to go be a good husband. So give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. Hang out with these cats. Well, I walked in there and it started working instantly, so that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Only the real men know. The real men know. An issue arises, just the universe sorts itself out. It doesn't want this smoke. It's just like, uh-oh, I better start working, Dad's here. I better start working, Dad's here. Dad's gonna set me straight. Beaver is such a funny cat. He's so friendly. Anytime anybody comes over, he likes to go and greet them. He likes to be in the center of the action. Like, if there's people sitting at the table, he will plop down in the middle of the table with this satisfied look on his face. Just... He likes to greet people when they arrive. He likes to walk them to the door when they're on their way out. He's such a little gentleman. Such a handsome young man. He takes after me. He takes after his dad. He's hospitable. He's gigantic. And he's handsome. Take my vitamin before we get going. I keep my gummy vitamins at my desk so that I remember to take them, because if I put them in the cabinet with the other vitamins, I would never remember. It sounds a little disorganized, but it works for me. My dog likes to meet folks with a parkour move to the groin. Reminds me I need to take mine. Take your vitamins, kids. Take your vitamins, kids. Look at the size of that cat. Hold on. Holy moly. That is an absolute unit. If Beaver were a Pokemon, this is what he would evolve into, I think. This is Beaver with the sliders maxed out. Maximum size, maximum fluff. This is really something to behold. Anyway, you know me, I appreciate a big orange cat. Beaver evolved into Heaver. That's a good one. Yeah. It's third stage evolution. Alright, we've got a question in the box. We've got a presentation on deck. It's Thursday, and what I've noticed, historically, is that Thursday tends to be a more chill day. Due to whatever circumstances in the universe, Thursday seems to be our chill day. So I'm in the mood for a chill day. If you're down for a chill stream, I'm gonna try to keep my energy level capped at like a 4. I think yesterday I was getting kind of dialed in. I was getting pretty worked up yesterday. I think yesterday I was coming out at like a 7 or an 8. We're gonna try to keep it at a 4 today. I'm gonna try to keep my voice at this level. I'm gonna try not to raise my voice at all. Got a big cup of tea. A big jug of water. Doesn't sound that full. We'll worry about that later. Yesterday's stream was a doozy. Yes, 'twas. 'Twas a dooz, indeed. But I thought it was a fun topic. People resonated with it because we had quite a few people stopping in yesterday. We had an above average number of people coming in. That was pretty cool. People were curious. They saw a Gooner in the title and they couldn't help themselves. So today we're going to keep it a bit lighter. And we're going to talk about a topic that I think is really important to talk about. Just a quick show of hands if you're here. Quick show of hands. Who here has ever had a hard time accepting a compliment? Maybe somebody said something nice about you, maybe they praised one of your positive characteristics. Maybe they complimented you on a job well done. You know, maybe they said good job. Maybe they said, hey, you know what, you're a good person. Whatever it may have been. Was there a part of you that pushed against it and said, I'm not so sure about that. Hold on, pump the brakes a little bit. Me, a good person? Do you know? Let's just... Not so sure about that. Not so fast, buddy. Of course you have. I would assume that most people have. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about why that's hard. Why does our brain try to fight back, try to push back a bit whenever somebody wants to say something nice about us? We got a poll going. I'm voting myself because I didn't make the poll, which means they let me vote. So I'm gonna clock myself in as a depends. Highly depends on the compliment. Do you feel like giving an example? Do you have an example of what type of compliment might be harder to accept than another? You can keep it vague, you don't have to be too specific. I'm just curious. So yeah, most people said yes. Most people said yes on our little poll there. Compliments about intelligence bother me, but I love being told I'm funny, etc. That's an interesting point. Why would that be? There's a lot that could go into that. You have to think about your own internal psychology and then the grander, like, sociological aspects of it. There are societal pressures that condition people. You know, if you're, this type of person, this is what you need to be good at, and so it reaffirms your own sense of identity. You know, like if you grow up and you want to be a wood chopper and you chop wood and someone comes up to you and they say, "Hey, you chop wood good," you'd be like, "Thank you." And you would believe them because it would affirm you. And then there's also how your parents raised you, your experiences in your development, all of your experiences, coping skills. Is there anything I'm missing? That's most of it. You also want to consider the implications of the compliment. The implications of a compliment, it kind of sets you up with a certain expectation. Let me give you an example. Let's say that somebody compliments you and they say you're funny. They say, "Hey, has anybody ever told you that you're really funny? You ever think about doing stand-up?" It feels nice. It's a low-stakes compliment. There are basically no negatives to being recognized as being funny. It's almost a universal win. There are practically no downsides to being funny. However, if somebody compliments you on your intelligence, that sets a certain expectation. Oh, I'm a smart person. I need to solve problems. I need to fix things. I need to know stuff. I need to figure things out. I don't know, I feel like sometimes they're being nice when they say I'm funny. Then let them be nice to you. If they're trying to be nice to you, what's the problem in letting them be nice to you? Odds are, you probably are funny. I don't feel like people go out of their way to tell others that they are funny if they are not funny. Have you ever done it? Has anyone here ever told somebody like, "Oh my god, you're so funny," when they weren't funny? Probably not. Because just like it's a low stakes compliment to receive, it's also a low stakes compliment to give, there's not a lot of pressure in it. It's like, I don't feel like I need to tell you it in order to, set an impression on you or something. Like, there are other things you could compliment about. Hey, I love your outfit. I feel like people would be more likely to compliment you on your outfit than they would on your humor if they were just trying to be nice. "Oh my god, I love your outfit." But anyway. It's Halloween Eve. It's Hallows Eve Eve. 'Twas the night before Halloween. That might explain why things feel weird. Or maybe it's the fact that it's day, what, is it day 30 of the government shutdown? Am I keeping track? Just feels like shit's getting weird, man. It's been getting weird for a long time, and it feels like it's kind of coming to a head. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Like, I don't want to scare people, but I have thought about a lot. I have thought a lot about, you know, the circumstances of the world and the potential routes for things to improve, and I feel like, you know, and I don't want to scare anybody when I say this, it's gonna get worse before it gets better, but it will get better. It will get better. Because you have to remember, we've been living with the shitty status quo for a long time. There are a lot of changes that are long overdue. We're in need of a major overhaul. And so, just keep your eyes on the prize. It will get better. Right now, there are a record number of young, uneducated, unemployed people. And if you know history, that almost always means revolution is coming. Maybe we'll get it right this time. Maybe we'll get it right this time. America 2.0. Or maybe it's 3.0. Who knows? A new New Deal. We're overdue. I just emailed my rep and senators asking if they would personally see to it no one in my state or district starved. I told them not to answer me back, but to think about taking actions to actually do something. I said I hope my actions keep them up at night. Alright, we have a question in the box. I'm gonna get to it here in just a sec. I just want to respond to that really quick. We've talked about this a little bit before. You might remember this statistic. We throw away about half of the food that we make. Only about half of the food that we make gets eaten. So I don't think anybody is actually going to starve. There's going to be a lot available within your community, within service agencies, within, you know, food banks. We have an abundance of food. The problem is that they're just making food too expensive. We're priced out of food. So you can thank inflation for that. But no, we live in a post-scarcity era. We have the infrastructure, we have the means to feed everyone multiple times over. So the food is there. You just have to know where to go to get it. And they're trying to say that the grocery store is not where to go to get it anymore. distribution's the issue, not supply. We're going to see... You know what we might end up seeing is something similar to an internalized migrant crisis. And what I mean by that is you're probably going to see a lot of people from smaller rural communities having to like move inwards towards the cities or where the people are, the population centers. Because a lot of America is practically a food desert. You might have one option for where to buy food, and it's a Dollar General store and it's 50 miles away. And so I feel like a lot of those rural communities will either band together and be able to produce food within their community, because that is where a lot of the food is grown, but not every rural community grows food. Some of them mine coal, some of them, grow textile fibers. Some of them, there's all sorts of rural communities that are in different industries. The ones that produce food should be fine. They have plenty of food. That's where the food is grown. It's the people in the small towns that like make stuff that doesn't, that isn't made here anymore. That they're the ones who are going to get hit the hardest. Because it's a food desert, there's low access for employment or education, and I feel like if the United States is the wealthiest country in the world, we need to start balling with that wealth. We need to start balling harder on a global scale. We need to show just how well we can treat our people. Isn't it so nice to be here? We're so overflowing with cash that everybody's thriving. You don't have to pay for food here. Everybody gets their food paid for. Now, of course, you can still buy your own food because there's still a market for, premium items or, wider selection. But I feel like to feed everyone a basic amount of nutritional food, that wouldn't be all that expensive. It wouldn't be all that expensive to provide people with rice and beans and, chicken, vegetables. It really wouldn't be all that expensive. It would be a drop in the bucket of what we spend blowing people up overseas. But no, that would be socialism, and we can't have that. We need to spend that money blowing people up. We need to spend that money leveling cities and murdering children. We can't possibly use that money to feed, house, educate, clothe our own citizens. That's socialism, and socialism's bad. Local food pantries are panicking. Have them connect with their local grocery stores, because they get a lot of their food from the local grocery stores. It's stuff that they were going to get rid of, or, it was stuff that was out of date. But not every grocery store does it. So if you live in an area with multiple grocery stores, try to see what all they can contribute. We might also have to start thinking outside the box and look to other places, restaurants, other places that handle food, catering places, and just seeing what extra they have so that people can eat. And what you'll probably notice is that when people come together for the sake of feeding people, people show up and the food is there. I don't feel like, I feel like some places are going to have it way rougher because there's just not the infrastructure, there's not the community support, there's not the resources. And But I feel like most larger places should be okay. Seen it in natural disasters. People are more collectivist the harder things get. Well, the good thing is that we're not operating under a national disaster. You know, the roads aren't blocked. We can fly. You know, we have air travel. You know, we're not having to like get to people who are on their roof on a boat. You know, like we're not having to go around in a little bass boat. You know, dropping off some or rescuing people from floods. Because what you notice there is that we still have an abundance of food, it's just the weather. It's just the disaster that gets in the way. And maybe when the hurricanes kick up. Maybe when the hurricanes kick up, it'll be a different story for some of those communities. I don't know about you, but I think Florida is cooked. I think Florida is cooked. You've got Ron DeSantis just fucking everything up, trying to loot the place. You can't get insurance. The hurricanes get worse every year. Get me out of Florida. Hashtag get Goobens out of Florida. Anybody living in Florida right now, my condolences. Especially if you live in Jacksonville or Daytona or Panhandle, St. Pete. I've been to most of the states in the US, and Florida is the worst. It's the worst. I left the St. Pete area in 2018 for Kansas. I feel like a lot of people are going to be moving to the Midwest. Because that's where the food's grown. People are gonna come to the center. Doesn't it make more sense for a nation's capital to be towards its center? Just, you know, strategically, logistically, you would think, but I've been canning food here in mason jars. You know, maybe I'll go to Costco and get a big bag of rice and a big bag of beans. You may not like rice and beans, but it'll give you all of your nutrients and it'll fill you up, so when it comes to survival food, dry food is the way to go. If the power goes out and you don't have a freezer, well, you got dried food. Doesn't need to be kept cold. Topeka will be the megalopolis of the future that it was always destined to be. It'll finally be hot in Topeka. The idea of prepping is so cool to me. Come to the Midwest. Come to the Midwest. We'll have space for you on the commune. Go live out in the woods. You're a natural spring. We'll have access to underground fresh water. Build you a cabin. And on Thursdays, we throat sing. feel like there is prepping and there is capital P prepping. Yeah, definitely. There's levels to prepping. You don't want to run around in the apocalypse looking like a loot drop. Like, ooh, look at that guy. He's stacked out. He's armed to the gills. It's like, no, you want to be the one camping in the woods with a ghillie suit and a rifle. You don't want to be running around in your lifted Ford F-250. Just rolling coal. Alright. Let's get into it. Don't get me started on the topic of doomsday preparation. Alright, I got a question. I need to center myself. I'm planning on moving with my boyfriend in a couple of months to a different city. But I'm having a bit of difficulty navigating how I will tell the news to my parents when the time comes. I'm currently living with my parents and my boyfriend lives in the area. My mom and dad, who claim to not be racist because they have quote-unquote black friends, Alright everybody, cishet white man here. Let me go ahead and explain the fundamentals of racism real quick. What your parents are describing or what your parents are experiencing is the idea of overt racism. They don't identify as racists because they're not in any hate groups, they don't use slurs, you know, they're not participating in overt racism. They're not, you know, some sort of loud and proud racist. They're not in the Klan. So of course they're not racist. But what most people don't recognize is that there are internalized forms of racial prejudice that exist within people, and oftentimes they don't even recognize that they're there. You know, and it comes out in the form of microaggressions. So, anyway. Your parents probably aren't racist with a capital R, but they might do racist things with a lowercase r. How can you be scared of or hate somebody just because of how they look? It's monkey brain behavior. It's very primitive, and that's where your brain goes whenever you're scared. Whenever your brain is scared, it goes very primal. And so it's a very primal mindset. Also, people are trying to find answers to questions that have complicated answers, and sometimes they just go with a simple answer even though it's fucked up and wrong. You know, there's a lot more to it. There's the whole like in-group, out-group dynamic. You know, when I was a kid, I went to school up until the 5th grade. I went to inner city schools. I went to the city schools, and I was a racial minority. I was one of the few white kids at the school. And you know what? I feel like that's part of why I'm so cool. Whenever I hit middle school and I moved to the suburbs and I started going to schools with a bunch of white people, I was like, damn, this is boring. These people suck. But no, I'm kidding. I'm joking. But it was kind of just like, huh, it was definitely a shift. There was definitely a shift in the atmosphere. I was like, huh, these people are something different. Kind of uptight. Anyway, so, you know, I grew up from a young age, like, just seeing people as people. And so, I feel like racism is definitely something that is taught to people. And it leans into some, like, very, like, animalistic instincts that we have to just, like, cling to what we know in order to stay safe. Now, I'm not saying that that's right to do because we're not animals. We're civilized human beings, and so we should be able to do better. We should be able to recognize when we're being short-sighted, when we're not thinking critically, when we're being foolish. Cultural changes terrifies older people. It's true. Old people, like, the older you get, the more scared you are of things changing. The idea of change is scary to people. Even if it's good change, even if things could be better for everybody, we still don't want things to change because change is scary. Even if it's good change, there's this fear of the unknown, like, I don't know. What could happen? A lot of people used to tell me in middle school that they expected me to act differently because of being white or how I look, I guess. They expected me to be rude or racist and they were surprised I was normal, LOL. No, they expected you to be more uptight and judgmental. That's what I found the major shift was, I think. In shifting schools, you know, in going from a more like mixed school where I was more of a minority into going to like a primarily white school, I definitely noticed that there was a shift. People were a lot more uptight, people were a lot more judgmental. And it took some getting used to. Alright, let me get back into this question. We derailed. Let's get back on track. Oh shit, I missed a Jaina Splinters sub. Jaina, thank you for the 5 months. Jaina, how are you doing? Are you still here? We're derailing today. I'm... It happens. It's just gonna be one of those days. I would try to stay on the rail, I would try to keep the train on the tracks, but it feels like I'm still putting the pieces in place. The tracks aren't on the table yet, so... Finally home. It was a nice drive, some beautiful scenery. Oh, nice. You made the drive up. Cool. Yeah, I'm sure you pass through all sorts of like... There's all sorts of different beautiful routes you can go through too. Like Wyoming's really cool. I drove through Wyoming once. It was on the way to Salt Lake City, Utah. I drove through Utah. It was really... Or I drove through like Utah and Wyoming. It was cool. There's some great scenery. The Nebraska countryside, also surprisingly beautiful. Nebraska's underrated, especially once you get out of like the flat part. Once you get out of the flat part, Nebraska's pretty cool. We need to reclaim Utah from the Mormons. I second it. I second that. Utah was so pretty that Joseph Smith and all of his Mormons decided that they would settle down there because that's the best place they could find. So let's take it back. Anyway. Derailing. I'm just gonna start this question over. Utah's the perfect driving state. The craziest drivers that I've ever met lived in Florida and Utah. I swear, I've never gotten tailgated more in my life than in Utah. And I was already going fast. It's like, these people have like gigantic families. Like, why are you driving like you have a death wish? Don't you have 8 children at home? I have never been tailgated more than in the area around Salt Lake City. The speed limit's basically 80. Yeah, I was basically going 80. The speed limit was pretty much 80. I was pretty much going 80. But people would still be like right up on you. And then they would dramatically like go around you. It was something else. I didn't see it coming. I didn't see it coming. I expected the drivers to be more like Midwestern drivers. The correct driving speed is speed limit plus 15. I don't get it. Why are you driving so, like, I don't understand why all these Mormon families are driving so fast. It's like, don't you have a gigantic flock of children to look after? Or maybe that's why they do it. I don't know. Maybe they're just like, oh my god, this is miserable. I can't believe I'm raising 8 children. Can you imagine having 8 children? Having 1 child sounds like a big enough pain in the ass, but holy shit, can you imagine having tons and tons of children? Like, there's just no way. The Eastern European death drive. That's probably it. It's the same type of stuff that's like, you know, let's just use the chainsaw on the entire construction project. Let's just, you know, what's PPE? Like, oh yeah, this scaffolding, this was built during when the Bolsheviks were in power. All right. Quit distracting me with topics that I find fun to talk about. How dare you? Eastern Europe? Eastern Europe? Doomsday prepping? We're really hitting all the notes. You nailed it. Mormons. Oh, I've got the Mormons clocked, alright? I've got the Mormons clocked. I've had some close friends that were former Mormons and they shared some of the tea with me, and I'm like, oh my god, okay. Anytime I learn about a new cult and their indoctrination techniques, I'm over here taking notes. I'm like Go on. The fact that soaking is a thing blew my mind. The question is, Goobins, if your friend came to you and asked them if you would bounce the bed for them while they soak, would you do it? Also, they're all addicted to sugar. They're all addicted to sugar. That's why they do like crumble cookies and swig soda. It's just like, I can't do any other drug. I can't have caffeine. Let me just blast myself to the gills with sugar. Anyway, enough about the Mormons. Enough about the Mormons. Enough about this fanfic religion. Like, can you imagine giving over 10% of every paycheck to a religion that is a fan fiction of an existing religion? Give part of their paycheck to the church? Yeah, it's called tithing, and for most it's done automatically and it's deducted straight from your paycheck. So yeah, I've known people who did not have the ability to afford that still give it every month because they felt it was their obligation. Giving 10% of everything they make to the church. Imagine how much I would be making if I made you give me 10% of everything you made. That would be crazy. And that's just this group here. The Mormon Church has a lot of members. They're bankrolled. If you don't give it, you don't go to the highest level of heaven. It's true. I'm sorry, questioner. We'll come back to your question. You got me talking about Mormonism, and I just can't help but bring up different levels of heaven. You see now, Mormonism has a premium access pass when it comes to heaven. They operate on a tiered system. It's a pay-to-win system. And so, if you want to make it into the highest level of heaven, the celestial kingdom, of which there are 3 levels within and of itself, this is very quickly becoming an MLM. You have to meet all of their criteria if you want to make it to the premium level. If you have to subscribe, you have to pay for the battle pass. You gotta get the gold edition, you gotta get the ultimate edition, you gotta pay the premium, you gotta get all the DLCs. And if you do all of that, then you can make it to the top level of heaven. Most people go to basic heaven. The level below, it's not the celestial kingdom, it's the terrestrial kingdom. So this is where the good and honorable go. And it's fine, but it's not heaven platinum, And then if you're a real piece of shit, you go the low way and you end up in the Telestial Kingdom. I don't know why they couldn't come up with an easier to say name. This is for the dishonest, the liars, the sorcerers, adulterers, and whoremongers. That's you still make it to heaven, it's just low level heaven. It's just... Now, the only way that you go to Mormon hell is if you leave the Mormon church. The only people that go to hell, according to the Mormons, the only people that end up in outer darkness, are the people who leave the Mormon church. Did you know that if you leave the Mormon church, they send you a letter letting you know that you've been excommunicated? They've cut you off? There's 3 levels to the Celestial Kingdom alone. It's true. And the only way to make it to the highest level is to get married in the Mormon temple, which is why they run people through that temple like it's a drive-through line. There will be like hundreds of couples getting married and they will just cycle them through. Anyway, I encourage you to look into some ex-Mormon stories because there's a lot of wonky stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Secret handshakes through a sheet. You reach your hand through a sheet in the wall and you give each other a secret handshake. Anyway. Came in to learn about compliments, and we are discussing the Mormon afterlife. It's okay. We're gonna get back on topic. We got derailed. We do have that presentation on deck. Beaver, you want on my desk? All right, let me make room for you. Let me make room. You big orange cat. We've got the presentation that we're going to go over, how to accept a compliment. But before we do that, we've got a couple questions in the box that we're going to take a look at. Now that Beaver is in his napping place, I think we're ready to go. I needed Beaver on the desk to keep me on task. I needed a manager. We got manager on duty. Alright, Beaver, we won't derail anymore. We'll keep it on topic, Beaver. Alright. I'm planning on moving with my boyfriend in a couple of months to a different city, but I am having a bit of difficulty navigating how I will tell the news to my parents when the time comes. I am currently living with my parents and my boyfriend lives in the area. My mom and dad, who claim to not be racist because they have black friends, are very reluctant about giving him a chance. My mom has met him once in front of a mall and only for 3 minutes at most. In front of him, she spoke Spanish in front of him, basically asking me, why him? This was almost 2 years ago now, and I just want to cry typing this out. My dad refuses to meet him entirely with no proper reason. I believe when I asked him about a year ago, he stated, I just don't want to, or I know too many people from there that are terrible people. So you're doing a racism. I believe I responded with, who exactly? And he responded with, too many. And that's what you want to do when somebody starts spouting racist nonsense, is you want to ask them questions. You know, instead of telling them like, oh, why would you say that? That's so rude. Why would you say that? That's so fucked up. You ask them questions to get them to explore that belief. Because you're like, now hold on a second. Now what do you mean by that? You know, if they say, why him? You say, what's the problem? If they say, I just don't want to, you say, why? You know, act like a toddler. Just keep at why? 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 Just keep going deeper and deeper into it. And, you know, hopefully they'll wake up to what it is they're doing. So you've been with this person for 2 years and your parents haven't wanted to meet him or get to know him or anything like that, then maybe just tell them that you're moving after you've already packed. Like once you're about to hit the road, be like, all right, this is it, see ya. Because it sounds like you've given them chances and you've asked and you've wanted them to show interest. And so, I don't know if you're going to get the response that you're looking for. Maybe you got to show them that like, hey, like I take it seriously with this person. And if you have no interest in getting to meet them, then, you know, you're just not going to get to see us as much. My boyfriend would pick me up to hang out when they previously prohibited me from using my car to drive to see him. They told me that he cannot pick me up in front of the house. So let's say your parents are racist with the big R, not the little r. Yeah, we've moved on. I was giving them the benefit of the doubt when I said that earlier. I was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, but we have moved beyond that. We have entered racism with a capital R. Also, it's controlling that they tell you where you cannot go using your own car. He told me that he cannot pick me up in front of the house and that I had to walk around the corner. They have been letting me go to places with him now more freely, kind of. But a major part of me just wants to cut them off because they do not accept the person I love. That is true. But I feel like it also goes beyond that. They're not even willing to like show you grace. They're not even willing to like talk to you about it. They're just dismissive and avoidant and controlling. And so it goes beyond that. This makes me wonder if Emily Schmerda is here. Emily Schmerda went through something very similar. Emily Schmerda had a success story, though. You know, they moved out with their boyfriend. Things are doing a lot. They're having a good time. No, when I was reading this, I'm like, damn, this reminds me of Emily Schmerda's story. That small part of me craves to have a family connection. What does family feel like to you? You know, we often think about family and then we're like, well, that's who I'm related to. Clearly, that's my family. What I believe is that family is a feeling. Beaver found the piece of chicken on my desk. I had some chicken that I was eating for lunch. Found it. Beaver, that piece is mostly breading. Let me get you some actual chicken. Here. Beaver. Some chicken. It's totally normal to want that level of connection that we would describe as family. But what many people will notice is that you don't always get that from the people that you're related to. If you were to ask me, I would say that family is a feeling. You know, it's a feeling of being accepted for who you are, not having to explain yourself. You know, to feel understood and welcomed and loved. You know, we'll keep it that simple. What you'll notice is that you can find that outside of your family tree. You can find that outside of people that you're related to. So what I would encourage you and everyone else here to do is to really invest in those relationships that give you that feeling of family. I'm feeling very conflicted, very overwhelmed, and very guilty. Guilty of what? Guilty of what? I understand feeling very conflicted and very overwhelmed. That makes perfect sense, but guilty, I'm not sure. It doesn't sound like you're asking for anything crazy, and it definitely doesn't sound like you're doing anything wrong. I feel like I do know what I want, but I am feeling scared. Why am I feeling these feelings, knowing deep down what I want to do? Do I tell them that I am moving with him when I do eventually move? They want a connection with me, but I just don't know what to do. If they want a connection with you, then they need to prove it. Then they need to show that, because, you know, based on what you're saying here, it doesn't sound like they're really wanting to be all that connected, because they don't want to meet the person that you've been with for years. They won't even let them pick you up outside of your house. They have no interest in getting to know this person. It's easy to say, I want a connection with you, but to actually have a connection with somebody, that takes effort, that takes work, that takes attention. I would say that if you're going to tell them about it when there's already plans in motion. You know, there's boxes being packed, like stuff's happening. Like, hey, I just want to let you guys know I'm moving out. Sometimes when it comes to parents, you have to show them that there are consequences for their inactivity or for their disconnection or for their judgment. You have to let them know, like, hey, if you're going to treat me this way, I'm not going to want to involve you in my life. I mentioned Emily's story because Emily had a similar story, you know, that we had a chance to talk about over a span of months here on stream. And a similar situation, you know, had a boyfriend that the parents, you know, had some weird feelings that they were, you know. Anyway, I won't get too into it, but eventually they end up moving together. And after the fact, one of the parents was like, they started to show that they were like, they started to recognize, like, oh shit, like, I should have tried harder. I should have been there. I should have been a parent. And so sometimes your parents need a wake-up call. Like, hey, I'm not a kid anymore. You know, I'm an adult and I'm gonna live my life, so you're either gonna be a part of it or you're not. And so it really sucks when it comes down to that, because I wish that the default for a parent was to be interested and be present in their child's life. But unfortunately, for many people, it isn't. That doesn't mean that things can't get better, though. So I would just always keep that avenue open. You know, if they do want to reach out, if they do want to reconnect, if they do want to try harder and be better, give them the opportunity. We believe in growth and change. So I would just say, always keep that avenue open. It might not happen today, it might not happen in a year, but it could eventually happen. Beaver, quit hacking the mainframe. Quit hacking the mainframe, Beaver. Sorry. This cat, he can't stop himself. Takes up his whole desk. He just takes up the whole desk with his girth. Big orange boy. Questioner, you're in a tough spot, so I would encourage you, you know, talk to friends, talk to people that support you, you know, talk to your boyfriend. Just, it'll help you to feel less alone and less overwhelmed with the choice that you need to make. Also, find people that support you and lean on those supports. Oh, he's right here. He's starting to get sleepy. Chicken, Beaver. Winter coat's coming in. He's getting so fluffy. Winter coat starting to come in. He's getting all poofed up. When your mind is healing through therapy, Does it take you back to things that make you feel inner peace? Today in EMDR, I thought about good memories for once that involved me having pride for my art as a kid, and how being creative made me feel more comfortable in social situations. In art class, I was energized by art, so anything social I did didn't make me feel anxious. What is this process in EMDR called? I feel like this is the first time where EMDR took me down a rabbit hole filled with exciting, creative/social memories instead of a rabbit hole filled with dread and anxiety and sadness. Thank you. I'm going to try to explain this phenomenon using an analogy. If your memories are locked away in a box, if they're kept in a safe, the key that opens that safe is the emotion. What you'll notice, and this has less to do with EMDR in particular, this is just a part of healing, and so whether it's done through CBT or EMDR or DBT or some other type of therapy, this is just a reflection of how it feels to get better. What you'll notice is that more positive moods will start to emerge, and as a result, you will unlock memories that are in tune with that mood. You might find yourself feeling more joyous, and certain memories will start to pop up because your brain remembers feeling that way before, and it wasn't until you felt that way again that the memory popped back up. This is a really good sign as far as your healing goes, because you're starting to see the payoff, you're starting to see the reward. So that's really cool. What you're doing is you are in the process of rewiring your brain. Where does your focus like to hang out during the day? Where does your attention like to sit? What memories do you like to revisit? You know, sometimes stress and trauma can occupy our mind in such a way that certain parts of our memory become inaccessible. You know, when you're in a stress-filled situation, it's hard to remember what it felt like being a kid, having fun, going to birthday parties, Saturday morning cartoons, sugary breakfast cereal, all that good stuff. And so what you've experienced here is what your brain is capable of when it applies the same energy that it normally does to your stress, and it starts to apply that energy in a more positive direction. Feels pretty good, doesn't it? Keep up the good work. The process of getting better is really interesting. It doesn't really play out like you might imagine it would, but this is a really good sign. As you continue to get better, as you continue to heal, what you'll notice is that you'll unlock more and more of those moments that you had stored away. So you've got an exciting journey of rediscovery ahead of you. You're rediscovering who you truly are. Anyway, hang on to that excitement. See where it takes you. Hang on to that excitement. See where it takes you. The way that I kind of look at it, as far as like a healing journey goes, is it's like you're over the hill. You made it over the slump. You're coming up over, and things are just going to start getting easier. Things are going to start getting better. So, good work. W's all around. W's all around. You might notice this phenomenon popping up during your regular day. You noticed it during the therapy session, but you'll probably start to notice it more just throughout your regular day. Like maybe you're doing something and it, you're feeling pretty good and a random memory pops up. Like, huh, I forgot all about that. What I've noticed is when these types of positive memories pop up, there's this sensation of, how could I ever forget that? This is something that's so special to me. This is something that's, so sacred to me. Like, how could I even forget this? You didn't forget it. It's still there, and you're thinking about it right now, and so you didn't forget it. It was just buried, and you have unburied it. Somebody's pounding on the counter out there, and Penny's in here, and Penny thinks it's someone knocking on the door, and so she's getting ready to bark. I might need to get up to let Penny out of the room real quick. It's Casey. Yes, it is. She's doing some cooking. Alright, hold on. Let me let this dog out because she keeps going, puh, 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 like she's getting ready to start barking. Let me let her out of the room. The fadeaway. Being lazy. Penny's being lazy. I got up and I opened the door for her. I'm like, go ahead, go bark. Do what you want to do. And she's like, nah, I don't want to get out of bed. Casey beating the shit out of some chicken. You love to see it. Rainy there. It's been rainy here. It was rainy for a few days, but the sun's finally out today. The sun's finally out today. I might go for a scooter ride later. Bet you're excited for dinner. Casey's a good cook. I do the cooking most of the time, so I'm more practiced. But she has a good palate, and she knows how to season things. So she's a good cook. Yeah, the leaves have finally started to change color and they've started to fall, so I'm looking forward to a nice autumnal scooter ride around the neighborhood. Is she going to add vinegar to the Alfredo again? Maybe it needed some acidity. Robin here. Hi, Robin. Long one, so don't feel the need to linger on unimportant details. I just gotta get it out while it's still fresh. So I got in a bit of a fight/discussion with my mom this morning. It was upsetting and almost like a weird meltdown for me. The context is my family is a bunch of God-fearing Christian Republicans who are racist and sexist and hate all Democrats, blah blah blah. Basically, she mentioned the shutdown and said it's the Democrats' fault, but they're blaming Republicans. This shit's a uniparty. It's a fucking uniparty. It's a fucking uniparty. They're all fucking in on it. They're all getting paid off by billionaires. Like, nobody fucking gives a shit. They're just trying to loot the coffers before shit gets really bad. And so if you're wasting your time being like, it's the blue team, it's the red team, it's like, grow a fucking brain, please. Okay. Bringing it back. Started to get a little heated there. I got up to about a 6. Bring it back to a 3. Let's cut it in half. It's just that the closer we get to doomsday, the less tolerant I am of idiocy. So, pardon me for getting a little worked up. In general, the best strategy that I've been able to find in talking with conservative Christian people is to beat them at their own game. Like, okay, you study the Bible? I will study the Bible. I will use verses from the Bible. I will preach the teachings of Jesus. Jesus was a socialist, by the way. Like, but Mom, Dad, what about that part that said all people should be treated equal? Big dicks and raw loads. Ezekiel 23:20. For she lusted after her lovers, whose flesh was like that of horses, and whose flesh was like that of donkeys, and whose ambition was like that of horses. It's the Democrats' fault, but they're blaming Republicans, and mentioned something about billionaires ruining the government. Well, that's true. And I couldn't help but say, you mean like Donald Trump? Okay. That was your misstep. That was your misstep. You went after their daddy. The bridge was there. The bridge was there. It was easy to miss. It was easy to miss. But that was your in. Billionaires are ruining the government. Yes. Yes, we agree. Let's build on that. Take what you agree on, billionaires are ruining the government, and go from there. That's how you change people's mind, is by focusing first on everything you agree, rather than trying to use it as some sort of like gotcha moment. Like, gotcha. See, you acknowledge that billionaires are ruining the government, but what about this guy that you think is cool? It's like, we're not trying to score points here, we're trying to win hearts and minds. How would you go about that? I have a presentation on it, probably. I do, actually. I have... We've talked about this topic. How would you go about that? You just continue to find more and more about what you agree, because the secret is most people are actually very supportive of socialist policies. They've just been conditioned and propagandized to be afraid of the word socialism. Kind of like how psychologists got baby Albert to be afraid of loud noises and soft, fuzzy things. They're making people afraid of the word socialism by... Not socialism. I don't feel like you get anywhere by discussing Donald Trump, because if they're not anti-Donald Trump already, like, don't worry about it. Like, you're not gonna get there. They have to get there on their own, to abandon their daddy like that. Quite literally yelled in aggressive defense, "That's not what I mean," and I calmly pointed out, "Why are you yelling?" Good response. If you wanna, it's a good response. I'm giving you like a play-by-play. You said try not to linger, and I'm lingering. I'm giving you like a play-by-play. I'm like, alright, good move here. Here's how you could adjust it. Why are you yelling? That's good, because you're not yelling. If you were to tweak it a little bit, there's no need to raise our voices. There's no need to raise our voices. We can talk to each other like adults. She forced herself to calm down, which props to her for that. That's a big step in emotional maturity for her. Shout out to growth and change. Shout out to growth and change. You love to see it. Baby steps. Won't get into the nitty-gritty details, but the conversation went on. I got emotional, which isn't like me, especially around my manipulative mother. Oh. Well, that would explain why you're not an emotional person, is because you're used to dealing with somebody who will take your emotions and use them against you. And so you've been probably taught that showing emotions is a bad thing because people are just going to use it as ammunition. And there are people like that. There are manipulative people out there like that. But there are also people who are sane and reasonable. And it's okay to share your emotions with them because those people aren't going to hurt you. But I think I just hit a breaking point with all this bullshit. I explained a bunch of illogical things to her, pointed out how Trump loved the uneducated and how she said, smart people don't like me, or how he said, smart people don't like me, and asked what she thinks that says about her. She just got all flustered and tried explaining how much good her friend in the church is doing, helping family at the schools in need, blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. What was going on here was you had her in your sights. You had her dead to rights. You had her over a barrel. And so she had no other option but to deflect about something good that's going on thanks to somebody that she knows. She was taking these attacks that you were making about Trump and she was taking them personally. And so, if you want to talk about these things, take it item by item. You know, don't just go off with the whole list, because that forced her to shut down, and she had to deflect and go to something else. There were too many things that were being weighed against her. If you want to change people's mind, you have to do it one thought at a time. And you gave her too many thoughts to work with, and she short-circuited and blue-screened. And then you end up where you're at. Changing people's minds can be difficult, but there's an art to it. There's an art to it, and I'm happy to teach you. Because I feel like her having a conversation with you about how much help the families at the school in need are getting, I feel like that's great. W, Mom, you're helping families in need. That's awesome. But we should be able to talk about that in a different context. This doesn't need to be some point that you're trying to score in order to protect your honor, in order to feel like a good person. Completely missing the point and saying, I just like some of the stuff they're doing in the White House, like completely dismantling all of the federal stuff and starting fresh. Because people are hungry for a revolution. And she views this as a revolution. Like, that's what they're being sold. This is like, oh yeah, this is the revolution you've been waiting for. But it actually isn't. It's just a smoke show. It's important to recognize that these people have been propagandized, these people have been misled, they have been lied to, and it can be complicated to dismantle that. And so you have to do it item by item. It can be done, but to just show them a whole list of here's everything that's wrong about the way that you think, it's like that's going to just shut them out. It's going to make them defensive, and you're just not going to get anywhere. You got to go brick by brick when you're dismantling that structure. And then praised herself for raising me to be such an independent thinker. So she complimented herself by complimenting you. It's not uncommon for an insecure person to do that. Sometimes insecure people, they have a scarcity mindset and they're afraid of giving compliments because that's a finite resource. And so if I'm going to give you a compliment, I have to be able to give myself a compliment too. Like, oh, didn't I do such a good job raising you because you're such an independent thinker? It's like, it would be nice if you didn't have to force yourself in there and include yourself in that, but it is what it is. Anyway, it just sounds like your mom is an insecure person who's looking to have, answers, and she just wants to be a good person, and she's buying into stuff that tells her that that is what to do, and so, deep down at your mom's core, what type of person do you think she is? Beaver made a very cute noise, and then he covered up his eyes and grabbed his head. It was very cute, Beaver. It was very cute. He went, Kinda annoyed with myself for slipping up and getting caught in this conversation. Normally when religion or politics are brought up, I physically remove myself, but something about today, I don't know if it's 'cause I'm sick, or my hormone cycle is thrown off, or I am just plain fed up with this BS, I snapped. Well, no, it got to a point where it's like we can't ignore it anymore. Like, that's where we're at right now. It's like we need all hands on deck, the fascists are taking over, they're kidnapping people off the street, they're going into the schools, we've got armed gangs of masked men detaining people without due process. Things are really bad. And that we need to move past this childish politics. We need to move past the childish bullshit of like, oh, you're either red team or blue team, brother. I'm ride or die red team. Yeehaw, cowboy. It's like, grow the fuck up. This isn't middle school. You're not picking your favorite color, you know? People make a lot more sense when you understand that they look at politics the same way that they look at football. In fact, many of them probably study football more than they study politics. But they look at it around that same level. They're like, oh, yep, that's my team. I gotta root for the team no matter what. The other team, they're trying to destroy us, but we gotta win. So when you understand that, things make a lot more sense. The reality is that it's not us versus us, it's us versus them. And we are all on the same team. We are all in the same class. How many of you own a private jet? Do you know anybody that owns a private jet? If you wanted to build a factory somewhere, would you be able to get resources to do that? No, because you're not a capitalist. You are the product within a capitalist system. Who knows, maybe you can get through to your parents and awaken them to the idea of class consciousness. That'd be kind of cool. Try to have hope. You know, once you recognize that all of this, like, identity politics and all of that shit, it's just a distraction from class consciousness. They're trying to get us to fight amongst ourselves about literally anything other than it's the workers versus the capitalists. That's it. There is no war but the class war. How can I forgive myself for slipping up and snapping like this and move on? Honestly, you didn't do that bad. You didn't do that bad. You had some good notes. You had some good notes, and I feel like there was actually some progress being made here, believe it or not. And so there's no sense in expecting yourself to be perfect. This is a difficult thing to do. It's emotionally charged, it's challenging, but you did okay. So don't beat yourself up over it. In fact, you could actually look at it as, wow, I didn't fall into my avoidant behaviors. You could reframe this as a W. I didn't fall into my avoidant behaviors. I had an opportunity for growth and learning. We're making progress. It's frustrating because she now has fuel to spread gossip about me in the form of prayer requests, or just letting my siblings, my brothers who are worse than her, know about my political leanings. Well, just send them my way. I'll talk to them. I'll talk to your brothers if you want me to. You want me to help them? I'll talk to them. You know what? You could reframe that as a W as well. You've got people out there thinking about you. You've got people out there thinking about you, and that's power. That's influence. You got people out there praying for you? Good. Good. I would hope that there are people out there praying for me too. I don't really give a fuck what their motives are, but they're still sending energy my way. That's what it's all about. They could be thinking about anything in the entire universe, but they're thinking about you and they're sending that energy your way. Use it. My brothers already kind of hate me anyway. You're too woke for them, I fear. They're incredibly old-fashioned and sexist, and I am an independent woman without a man or children. I'm the ultimate threat to them. Which is crazy, because you're their sister, so who gives a shit, right? Like, In what way are you a threat to them? With your ideas and your free thinking? Everybody watch out, that woman's using her brain. Get down. I'm just on edge after a talk like that, even if the tension fizzled out by the end of it. Well, yeah, that type of moment would get your adrenaline going, and it can sometimes take a little while to level back out afterwards. It's like, whew, I feel it. A little bit of a rush. I'm 26 and they're 7 and 12 years older than me, lol. So they're my age. Alright, I'll talk to them. But you know what they would do? You know what they might do? You know what happens when... You know what they always do? These traditionally, like, toxic, sexist, old-fashioned men. You know what they always do? Their only way of trying to, like... the only thing they ever do is they say, you're gay. I'm like, what? That's what they always do. They're just like, anytime you show any type of feeling or you're an emotionally aware man, they're just like, oh, you're gay. And I'm just like, why are you picturing me having sex with a man? I don't think about anybody having sex with men, but here you are doing it. The question is, how does it make you feel? Very homoerotic of them. It's true. The traditional, like, straight-laced straight dudes are always the most homoerotic. It is crazy. Have you ever seen the military? It is so gay. It is so gay. Oh yeah, get down on your hands, brother. Oh yeah, do those push-ups. I want to see you sweat. It's like, oh god, okay. Very homoerotic. Let's all shower naked together. Gay army would actually be really terrifying. It's true. This is why the US military making it like prohibiting like LGBT and like getting like trans people from the military. It's like, you got rid of some of our best shooters. What the fuck are you doing? Most of the gun obsessed people I know are trans. Trans people are, you know, some of them are really into guns. And because they have to be. It's like, they're the first domino. Like our good friend Jaina, who goes to the Socialist Gun Club. Alright, we're ready. Alright, chat, who's ready to party? Who's ready to party? If I was taught about bisexuality and whatnot, I feel like I'd be a lot more comfortable with who I am. Possibly. I think it's less about teaching people about stuff, and it's more about just allowing people to be who they are and not trying to force them into being someone that they're not. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that we need to really even, like, why do we need to teach young people about different forms of sexuality? It's like, they'll figure that out. Like, they know what they'll get to a point where, like, they like what they like. We just need to empower people to, you know, recognize that there's nothing wrong with loving who you love. But that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, like, feel free to disagree, but I just feel like if we taught people that it was okay to be who you are, we wouldn't have to teach them, like, every single way that you could be, because they'll figure that out on their own. But basically what we do in our system today is we teach people all of the correct ways of living. You have to pick from this list. You have to be one of these types of people. And I feel like that's a problem, because making people feel like they have to be someone that they are not really messes with a person's development. I don't think we have to normalize everything. We just have to normalize it's okay for you to be you. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's compliment time. Alright, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I want to run it back. I just wanted a quick show of hands. Have you ever had a hard time accepting a compliment? Has somebody ever said something nice about you and you were like, I don't know, I'm not so sure. Maybe, probably not. I feel like a lot of us do, and we're going to explore it today, so enough dilly-dallying, enough beating around the bush, let's get into it. Compliments, they might seem simple. On the surface, they might seem very simple. You know, it's just, hey, I'm just saying nice words to you. But they can actually reveal a lot about how we view ourselves. So let's think about it. Let's think about it for a moment. When someone says something kind about you, what is your instinctive reaction? How do you normally handle it when someone says something kind about you? Do you accept it? Do you deflect it? Do you joke it away? Do you minimize it? Are you stun-locked in confusion? Do you say, I should go, and then turn around and leave? Do you take the Commander Shepard approach? I should go. I joke, and when I do say thanks, I feel awkward. Alright. People, this presentation is for you. This topic is meant to be a little bit more lighthearted and fun, but I really feel like there's some good stuff in here, okay? So hang in there with me. Maybe we can change how we feel about compliments. If I agree or already know about it, I will bluntly say I know / I'm aware. Are you an android? Thank you for your input. It has been registered with this unit. However, your statement already complies with my standard operating procedure. Now, if you will excuse me, I will return to the task at hand. Most people find it easier to reject kindness than to receive it. When we're able to learn how to accept a compliment gracefully, we can change the way that we relate to ourselves and to others. When we let those good words land, it allows us to build up our self-worth, we can form deeper connections, and we allow genuine gratitude to flow both ways. We're going to talk about that more later. It's an energy exchange. It's an energy exchange. This person is trying to send good energy your way, and if you don't receive it, you break the circuit. Alright, so let's talk about the big topic here. Let's talk about why it is that compliments feel uncomfortable in the first place. Shouldn't good words feel good? Me no understand. Me a simple caveman. Why not good word feel good? This make no sense. Compliments can challenge the internal story that we tell about who we are. What type of person do you think you are? If somebody says something and it goes against your own internal narrative, oh no, this isn't gonna work. This does not fit into the story. I'm actually a huge piece of shit. This person just hasn't found it out yet, and so I need to make sure. Oh yeah, no. Can't take that into consideration. Can't take that compliment. This person has no idea who I really am. I've actually gotten better at accepting compliments. When people say, oh, I like your purple hair, I actually have been saying thank you. When someone says that I'm a very genuine person or something about my default character, it feels less like a compliment and more like an observation. What you've brought up here is one of the strategies that we're going to talk about later. Just say thanks. Just say thank you. It's the easiest way to accept a compliment. It's the simplest way. Just say thank you. I say thanks to backhanded compliments too now. I choose to accept everything as a compliment. You're not going to stop me from feeling good about myself. I don't care what you say about me. I'm going to turn it into a compliment one way or the other. The best part about that is that it'll confuse them. They'll be like, huh? That wasn't meant to be a compliment, but you're like, oh my god, thank you. That's so nice of you to say. Thank you for thinking about me. if you don't fully believe that you're a good, capable, or worthy person, hearing somebody say that out loud can feel awkward or even wrong. Also, many of us were taught that humility means downplaying our strength, and that accepting praise somehow makes us arrogant. Once a coworker said, "Your boots are actually pretty cool." And I was so overstimulated and exhausted that all I could do was say okay and clock out and leave. I tried, I promise. I felt bad after. She probably thinks I hate her. Just compliment her boots. It's that simple. Just give a compliment back. The first attempt at communication did not successfully process. Let's try again. Also, Ambeezy, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you. Let's go. Anybody here found this to be true? Oh shit. Oh shit. We got the J Arlington raid. Let's fucking go. We got the J Arlington raid. Let's fucking go. Welcome in, J Arlingtonators. Welcome to the brain domain. Thank you so much for the raid. My name's Josh, and we're doing a presentation right now. We're talking. You haven't missed much. You got here at a good time. We're just getting started. We're talking about how to accept a compliment, and we were just talking about why compliments can sometimes feel uncomfortable. Just as a fair warning, we don't use the R slur in my house. We don't use those words here. I understand that people are bringing it back, okay? I hear it all over the place. I get it. People are bringing it back. Just not here. Thank you. Right, everybody. Welcome in. You got here at a good time. We were just talking about how to accept a compliment. And before we get further into it, we were starting off by talking about why is it that compliments are sometimes not well received? Why do they sometimes make us feel uncomfortable? And what I was going to ask before we got raided was, does anybody find this relatable? You know, being taught that you have to stay humble, you have to downplay your strengths, and if you accept praise, you know, that means that you're arrogant. One's in the chat if you agree. Hate compliments? You're gonna learn to love them today. You're gonna learn to love them today. I'm gonna teach you how to accept a compliment or die trying. So please spare my life. I've got so much to live for. I don't want to die. Thank you. On top of all this, compliments can make us feel vulnerable. Because accepting a compliment means filling out an expectation, you know? What if I can't live up to that? What if I can't hold myself to that standard? What if they're wrong about me? You know, what are the implications of accepting that compliment? You know what I would appreciate more than a compliment? Fair wages. Fine, valid. If you were to ask me, though, I would say that in learning to accept a compliment, you will empower yourself in such a way that you will be able to fight more earnestly for fair wages. Because if you're going to fight in earnest for fair wages, that's going to involve organizing, that's going to involve solidarity, that's going to involve accepting praise for a job well done. It's a necessary form of fuel to get things done. Why can't we have both? That's the goal. All right, let's continue. Oh, I don't think I will. Learn how to accept a compliment. I appreciate your tenacity. I appreciate your tenacity. You got that dog in you. Now, are you going to accept that compliment or not? Oh, wait. Look at this. It's the psychology of resistance. Let's talk about why we resist compliments. Let's explore some of the underlying psychological reasons why it might be difficult to accept praise. We've got to talk about dissonance. Whenever we talk about dissonance, we're referring to the phenomenon of holding on to two separate yet distinct beliefs that are oftentimes at odds with one another. You might believe two things that are in disagreement, and you might hold on to both of those beliefs at the same time. And so this type of dissonance has to do with your own self-concept. When someone praises us in a way that doesn't fit our self-image, it creates internal tension. Somebody says, "Oh my God, you're such a good person." And then that makes you think about all the times in which you weren't such a good person, and you're like, no, this could not be. I could not be a good person because one time in the 3rd grade, I stuck gum under the desk. One time when I was 6 years old, I pulled my sister's hair. I flushed a Hot Wheels car down the toilet. I'm a bad hombre. I cannot accept this compliment. I must atone for my sins. You can't compliment a job well done because a woman's work is never done. Well said. I appreciate the insight. Just going to respond to everything you say with a compliment now. You don't know what you signed up for. You said, I'm not gonna accept compliments. I'm like, bet. I'm gonna keep throwing them until something sticks. Does this make sense? This type of self-cognitive dissonance? Any questions about that? Makes sense, right? Your brain can hold conflicting beliefs, and when somebody compliments you but you don't believe it, it's like, oh, I feel confused now. They said I'm nice, but I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm not sure. customer at one of my jobs told me I was nice and it actually made me feel good. Interesting side point, and I'm glad you brought that up. It's sometimes easier to accept compliments from a stranger than it is to accept them from someone that you know. Because oftentimes we'll assume that the person who knows us well, even though they're, you know, they're familiar with us, we might be like, they're just trying to be nice to me. Whereas if it's a stranger, it's like they've got nothing to lose. And so sometimes we'll be more accepting. Like if you're walking down the street and a stranger's like, oh my God, I love your outfit. You'd be like, oh, thank you. And it might lift your whole day. But then if you were to go to your parents' house and your parent is like, hey, I love your outfit. You're like, whatever. Whatever. I only bullied a kid once in the 1st grade. This is not a confession booth. GNG is like, I gotta make right with God. I gotta get it all out. This one time in the 1st grade. There were times in my childhood where I was a little terror. It happens, it's part of growing up. I was always testing boundaries. I was always questioning authority. I've always been a stinker. But thankfully, I don't stink anymore. All right. Let's talk about imposter feelings. You've probably heard of imposter syndrome before. It's when, you know, you go to school or you get the training, you get the education, you find yourself in an elevated position, either in school or in work, and you feel like, I don't know if I should be here. I feel like I'm a phony. I feel like I'm a fraud. Compliments can make us feel this way. They can make us feel like we're a fraud, like we're not being seen as something that we secretly believe we're not. Like, ooh, if these people only knew. If these people only knew what I did in the 1st grade. All of these people lending me praise, if only they knew that one time in the 1st grade. Another potential reason why it might be hard to accept a compliment is the fear of expectation. If you accept praise, you might feel pressure to perform or maintain that image in the future. Like, uh-oh, they told me I was smart. That means I have to do smart people stuff. I've got to figure things out. I've got to solve problems. Uh-oh. Couldn't you have told me I was funny instead? Why'd you have to compliment my intelligence? Couldn't you have just said I was funny? Now I've got to fix things. Now I've got to do stuff. Now people are gonna come to me when they've got questions. And lastly, this one's a little bit different, but let's talk about it. Some people have a comfort with criticism. Because for some people, feelings of being rejected or criticized feel more familiar, and since they feel more familiar, they might even feel safer than kindness or approval. It might make you suspicious, like, why is this person being so nice to me? They're just trying to get something from me. I just need to figure out what it is. And so some people turn away kindness or approval just because it's unfamiliar to them. They're more accustomed to rejection and criticism. And so if you're a person who's had to deal with a lot of rejection or criticism, just give some thought as to whether or not it's been normalized for you, and recognize that it doesn't have to be your normal. You can find a new normal. It's okay to be nice. Got expelled in first grade. That's my moderator. I've always been a killer. All right. Any thoughts or questions on any of these? Do you have anything to add? Do you have any... Does anybody find any of this familiar? I'm just asking before we move on. I would say my personal resistance is I assume people are trying to exploit me one way or the other. Ah, they're just trying to get close to you. Now, why do you think that would be? What do you think? Now, you don't have to share this. This can be for your own personal reflection, because we're gonna have a reflection period today. So we'll do you can do yours early. You can get a head start. Why do you think that might be? What about your life, your experiences, your relationships has taught you that people will use kind words to take advantage of me? All right. Let's move forward. What about too many kind words? Does it become kind of weird at some point? Kind of. If somebody only ever gives you compliments, because that can happen too. Sometimes you'll have people who are just too gushy. There's just so much. It starts to feel fake. It starts to feel phony. It's like, okay. They're like, oh my God, you're so incredible. You're the best. Oh my God, you're so amazing. Where I remember getting this was from people at work, especially people who are like higher ups and they asked you to do something. They're like, hey, do you mind doing this? And you're like, oh yeah, sure. They're like, oh my God, thank you. You're so amazing. You're incredible. You're a rock star. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Just pay me more. Your wife just added sugar to the pasta because some twisted gay convinced her to do it. Tell her to stop that. Would you name them so that I can ban them from her chat, please? Why is she putting sugar in Alfredo? Hold on. chat. It tastes fine. It tastes fine. She said they lied. Hopefully she didn't lie to me, but I believe her. What I find really funny is that the people who are always trying to give advice on how to cook probably have never cooked in their life, and they probably could burn water. Burned mac and cheese when I was like 8, and my mother's reaction traumatized me for life. It traumatized you up until this point. It may not need to be permanent. Remember on your birthday when Casey made carrot cake? I gave her a recipe that time and she had the recipe in chat. Chat kept trying to change ingredients and repost. Yeah, they're crazy. They're always trying to sabotage a strong woman. You hate to see it. We need to start taking a strong stance against misogyny. She said she was about to raid me, so I'm gonna give them a quick, when they come in, I'm gonna give them a quick rundown of where we're at within the presentation. So we're only 3 slides in, but I'm gonna give them a quick run through. We're gonna run it back. She said she was gonna raid me here in a minute, so she's stalling. Well, then I'll stall too. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you for the raid, Casey. You're here just in time. We're just getting started. Would it kill you to show a woman some support? Would it kill you to support women for once in your life? I support women's rights and women's wrongs, as any self-respecting straight man should do. Chicken wasn't pink, but those noodles were cooked for a long time. Casey's never made fresh pasta herself before, so she probably didn't recognize that you only need to cook it for like 2-3 minutes. She didn't know. But she still did a good job. They taste fine. It's not like they were boiled away into a sloppy paste. How many times have you made fresh pasta? I've only made it a couple times because it's depends on if I'm trying to be fancy. My real question is, if you knew that the noodles didn't need to be cooked that long, why didn't you tell her? You say you support women, and yet you set her up to fail. We did, we told her. Should have been louder. Should have spammed harder. Emily Schmurda is here. Emily Schmurda, we were talking earlier because we had a question box submission that was very reminiscent of the story that you told us about some of the stuff you've been through. Just with having parents who are like sussy racists and they're unsupporting of your boyfriend because your boyfriend doesn't look like them. They were also thinking about moving out of their parents' house and moving in with their boyfriend. Anyway, welcome in, Raiders. You arrived and we were just a few slides into this presentation here. We were talking about how to accept a compliment. I'm going to give you a quick run through real quick of what we've talked about already. Most people find it easier to reject kindness than to receive it. We often turn compliments away. Compliments can make us feel uncomfortable. They can challenge our own internal narrative. They go against what we were taught. We were taught it's important to be humble and we cannot accept praise because that means we're arrogant. And then we just finished going through some of the psychological underpinnings of why we resist compliments. There's some internal cognitive dissonance about our self-image. It doesn't fit with our existing thoughts, and so it's like, oh, what do I do with this? I'm made out of Mega Blocks, and this is a Lego. What am I supposed to do here? It can make us feel like a phony, a fraud, an imposter, or maybe we're just more comfortable with criticism. Maybe compliments are just weird and unusual to us, and so we're not sure what to do with this. It just makes us feel sussed out, like, what is this person trying to get out of me? I feel like compliments are very backhanded as adults. Treat them like compliments anyway. That's you taking your power back. It's like, oh, you were trying to use a compliment as an insult? Well, joke's on you, I'm gonna take the compliment anyway. That's the power play. Take it like a compliment anyway. Right, so this is where we had left off. We were just getting to this topic. We were just about to talk about the hidden cost of deflecting praise. Because as it turns out, turning away compliments can be harmful to us. Or it can be harmful to our relationships. It interrupts a positive exchange. When we deflect a compliment, when we shut the other person down and we just say, okay. Oh, it was nothing. Oh, I just got lucky. We are interrupting a positive exchange. The other person is trying to send something positive your way and you're responding with something neutral or negative. It's meant to be positive for positive. We were going for a P4P exchange and we ended up with a P4N exchange, and that just does not compute. When we turn away people's compliments, we might make them feel awkward. We might make them feel dismissed or even rejected. They were trying to express gratitude or appreciation, and we said no. We said, no, not in my house. No, no, no. No, no, no. No nice things about me. I'm a big stinky piece of shit. Haven't you recognized that yet? How are you not more aware? I tend to minimize compliments and be self-deprecating. Well, cut it out. We'll cut it out. Knock it off. Because what we might be doing when we're doing that is we might be reinforcing negative self-beliefs. We're reinforcing negative self-beliefs, and we're rejecting evidence that we are valued or that we are capable. It's like, no, it's like, hey, we've got new evidence. We've got new evidence. As it turns out, you're not actually a piece of shit. We're like, no. No new evidence. I've already made up my mind on the matter. We will be taking no new evidence into consideration. Yes. Okay. Alrighty. Will you close the door? Oh. Beaver wants in the room? Well, I've got a plate of pasta on my desk, so I'm sorry, Beaver, but there's no room for you. Also, he just wants to eat my chicken. I can hear him out in the hallway singing. All right. Over time, if we keep dismissing positivity, if we keep reinforcing these negative self-beliefs, this habit can erode our ability to see progress. It can get us stuck in these cycles of self-doubt. It's important to recognize your positive attributes. It's important to celebrate your successes. This all makes sense? Any question about this before we move on? This all makes sense, right? This is nothing too complicated, nothing too crazy. You all are starting to get pretty crafty as far as psychology goes, so... let me know if anything needs further explanation. Answering compliments with a cold and direct, I know. Robot behavior. It's German behavior. Oh, you've done a wonderful job on this architecture project. Yeah, I am aware. I'm serious though. What if you make a good meal in Germany and you're like, hey, how was the food? Kann man essen. Kann man essen. Which literally translates into, this is edible. A person can eat this. was food. All right, you're here for the money. I will preface this by saying I'm allowed to say this. You have received permission from the proper authorities. You've talked to representatives from the groups that are in charge of allowing those permissions. Sometimes it feels like Germany is just autism as a country. One particular flavor of autism. What you'll notice is that there are different types of autistic expression, and they manifest differently across different groups. And so the German flavor would be like, ah yes, everything is running efficiently, the trains are all running on time, everything has a place. My favorite breakfast is bread with salami and cheese. My favorite dinner is also bread with salami and cheese. But remember, it's an autistic spectrum, and so you're gonna see expressions all across that spectrum. But yeah, definitely, it's definitely prevalent. You can see it. The fascination with trains, the emotional bluntness, definitely. But when you think about it, where does the term autism come from? Where is the originating country of the concept of autism? Perhaps you would remember Dr. Asperger. Perhaps you have heard of the man, Dr. Asperger. The concept of autism originates from the German traditions. So yeah, Germans are autistic. Germans literally invented autism. More you know. Although what we know now is that autism is much more than just a fascination with trains and orderliness and emotional bluntness. That's just one flavor of autism. Alright, enough about that. Enough about autism and trains and the German people. Let's get to the real work of this presentation. Let's talk about how to accept a compliment gracefully. We have for you here some simple practices. I should have phrased this better, that one can practice to make accepting compliments easier. Let's go ahead and just fix that real quick, because that's gonna bother me. Oh no, this is unacceptable. Let's go with utilize. That's better. No peeking. Don't peek ahead. Don't peek ahead. Alright, number 1. Pause and breathe. Don't rush to react to the compliment in the way that you might normally react to a compliment. What you might notice is that I have this knee-jerk reaction. It's almost like a reflex. When I receive a compliment, this is how I respond. I need to rush to minimize it or deny it or, just shut it down. Just shut it down. We can't do this. Does not compute. Just let that compliment land for a second. Just give it a second to kind of soak in a little bit. This is about being mindful, this is about recognizing your patterns, and this is about practicing developing a new response instead of falling into our old reactions. That's what I do, like a robot programmed response. Let's move on. So, your monkey mind programmed its own AI to do its job for him? Damn. The pattern just keeps repeating, doesn't it? Monkeys trying to trick machines into doing their work for them. Is responding with a compliment back not ideal then? It might be fine. It might be totally fine. It's kind of situational. You know, if you're both dressed up, if you're going out, if you're both dressed up and they're like, hey, oh my God, I love your outfit. By all means, reciprocate. Oh my God, you look great. You know, like back and forth, give and take. But it depends, because sometimes a person might be giving you a compliment, like, hey, you did a really good job up there. Like, wow, thank you. Like, just like, yeah, thank you. And also your shoes. I love your shoes. You know, it comes across as transactional if it doesn't feel organic. So just, if the situation calls for it, you know, if we're both putting on airs, if we're both dressed up, if we're both, you know, out there doing that thing, then by all means. Compliment for compliment. But in a situation where like someone is trying to recognize your accolades, your achievements, and they're trying to give you some positive praise, just we don't feel the pressure to be like, I gotta give something back. You're at your graduation and they're like, congratulations, you must be so proud of yourself. You're like, thank you. You should also be so proud of yourself too. Like, you looked great up there on stage. I got lots of pictures. Thank you. You looked great out in the audience. I could see you from up there. It was... Alright, so pause and breathe. Let's... Alright. Let's keep it simple. The simplest way to accept a compliment is to just say thank you. A simple, sincere thank you. This goes a long way. Sometimes the simplest solutions are the best. If you want to jazz it up a little bit, you want to sneak in, let's say you want to sneak in a little compliment for them too. They gave you a compliment, and you're like, you know what, I don't want to leave you empty-handed. Say thank you. That was so nice of you to say. Sneak it in there. You sneak one in. Thank you. That was so kind of you to say. That's my go-to. That's my go-to when somebody says something nice. Well, thank you. That was very nice of you to say. Simple, effective. Everybody walks away happy. What did I walk in on? We're talking about how to accept a compliment. Because a lot of people have a hard time accepting praise. A lot of people have a hard time accepting a compliment. We rush into dismissing it, or denying it, or downplaying it, or turning it into something self-deprecating. If you want to see the rest of the slides, you can type !slides in the chat, and you can see what you've missed. I usually hit them with I really appreciate that. That's also a good one. also a good one. You look so nice today. Only today, huh? Am I doing it right? No. No, actually. I'm gonna have to disagree on that one. You look so nice today. Well, what about yesterday? What you'll notice is that if you respond to compliments in that way, people are going to very quickly stop giving you compliments. All right, next up, don't counter them. Oftentimes people will feel that urge to counter the compliment. Like, hold on. Let me give you a counter offer here. We want to avoid things that downplay or things that push away the compliment. Like, oh no, please. No, you're the expert. You're far better at this than I am. It's surely not that big of a deal. While this may come across as feeling humble, it can sometimes make the other person feel like, oh, the other person was trying to do something nice for you and you said, no, actually you can't do that for me. You gotta remember that the person giving the compliment is most of the time hoping that you will accept the compliment. Just let it in. Just let it in. Don't rush to process it. Just allow the compliment in. Look at it as data. This is just data. This is an opportunity to understand how my actions impact others. This is an opportunity for me to understand how other people view me. I don't need to rush to any conclusion. We're just gonna treat it as data. We're gonna give this some time to process. Because what you've probably noticed is that our reflexes are pretty quick. We're pretty quick at shutting down that positive data. So we want to try to open up to letting it in. This doesn't mean that you have to accept it right away. This doesn't mean that you have to be like, oh my god, I believe it fully. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god, I believe it now. I'm such a good person, thank you. No. How culturally dependent is this? Kind of depends on how your culture treats compliments. Some cultures have different perspectives on how to handle a compliment. Compliment from my bestie I will take as genuine, and I would take it in more than just a random person. Now, I see that as far as like letting it in and treating it as data. If it's just some random person on the street and they're just like, hey, you suck, you're not going to be like, I need to think about this. This random person on the street told me I suck. I need to reevaluate my life. What I also find interesting is that sometimes it's easier to accept compliments from a stranger than it is to accept compliments from somebody that you know very well. If you're walking down the street and a stranger says, "Oh my God, I love your outfit," it might make you feel really good. It might make your whole day. And then you go to your parents' house and your mom is like, "Oh my God, I love your outfit." And you're like, "Yeah, whatever, Mom." You're just supposed to say that. It's definitely interesting. There are a lot of different factors as far as what type of compliments I'm going to let in and which ones I'm going to hold on to and think about more. Lastly, try to take some time to reflect after the fact. If you find yourself in a situation where accepting praise felt difficult, explore why that might be. What part of you is resistant to being seen in a positive light? Because I just want to let you know, one of these days, you're going to have to accept it. You're going to have to accept that people like you. You're going to have to accept that people want to be your friend. You're going to have to come to terms with the fact that you're a good person. So you're just going to have to get over it. You're just going to have to get over it, because it's going to happen. So don't try to fight it. Actually, no. I'm going to stay miserable because I've already decided that I need to be miserable for my entire existence, because at some point in time in my life I was maybe not such a good person, or maybe I've had negative experiences, maybe I've been through some painful stuff, and so therefore I'm just going to predetermine the entire rest of my life, and I am dead set on the plan of just being miserable forever. No. Too fucking bad. You thought you could get away with it? You thought you could get away with writing the entire rest of your story? You're still living your story. Don't rush to write the ending. And I was miserable for the end of all of my days. The end. Don't rush it. You silly goose. You don't know me? Oh, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to somebody else. Let's talk about how we can use compliments as fuel for our growth. A compliment is kind of like a mirror. It shows us how others experience our strengths and our contributions. It gives us a chance to reflect on the impact that we have on the world around us and on the lives of others. And so instead of trying to brush them off, try to see them as small clues that point towards your potential. Like me, I hope to live up to all of the kind words that you've had for me. You know, I have people who come in here and they say very nice things. And I hope to live up to all those words. So I try to view those things as inspiration. Keeping either a written list, maybe in a journal, or a mental list of genuine compliments can help to balance out that inner critic. The inner critic loves to be loud. What does your inner critic sound like? Whose voice is it? Is it your mom's voice? Your dad's voice? Is it your voice, just angrier? Is it Gilbert Godfrey? Is it Kermit the Frog? Is it the President of the United States? I just want you to know you're a real bad hombre. All of these attempts to learn and grow, they're gonna come up to nothing, 'cause you're nothing. You're just a do-nothing dem. You're just like sleepy Joe Biden. Every time that you allow yourself to receive kindness, you are teaching your brain that it is safe to be seen and appreciated and valued. You have to look at it from a bigger picture. Every time that you accept or reject a compliment, you're training your brain. Being sleepy was the most relatable thing about Joe Biden. Finally, a president that's as sleepy as me. Alright, the dogs are outside. I'm gonna go see if the dogs wanna come back in real quick. We're gonna let it hang on this. Wait, hold on. When's my. Let's let it hang right here for a sec. I'm gonna go get those dogs. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Had to let the dogs in from outside. when you think about it, every thought that you have kind of shifts your brain in a small way in one direction. So whenever you're putting energy into any realm of thought, just give some consideration to what direction I'm pushing my brain into. Am I trying to push this boulder up the hill, or am I digging the hole deeper? Let's talk about that energy exchange. So, we've talked a lot about us receiving a compliment and what it means for us, but let's talk about the exchange. Let's talk about what's going on interpersonally. Giving and receiving compliments is a form of emotional reciprocity. It's an exchange of energy. I'm going to send some positivity your way, and, we'll see what you send back. When you accept a compliment openly, you complete that circuit. The giver feels appreciated, and you get to feel affirmed. Everybody wins. It's giving positive energy and then giving it back by showing gratitude. That's the way I see it. But when you block that energy by either deflecting it or minimizing it, the moment falls flat for both people. What you might notice is that if you receive a compliment and you're just kind of dismissive about it or blunt about it, what you might notice is that the other person kind of, oh, okay. Like, you kind of see the life drain out of them. You're like, oh, okay. Now, I know that you're not doing it just to watch them become disappointed. That's some evil movie villain type behavior. Mwahaha, I am going to dismiss compliments just to make people feel bad. But just accept that if we resist, or deflect, or minimize, we're kind of shutting the other person out, and that might make them feel some type of way. Just think about how it feels. Think about how it feels if you went up to somebody. Let's say that there's somebody that you really looked up to. This could be somebody very popular, somebody famous. And let's say, hey, you have a chance. You have a chance to meet them. You have a chance to, you're going to go to a thing and you have a chance to tell them how you feel about them. And you're like, oh my God, I love your work. You changed my life. And they're just like, okay. How would that make you feel if they were just like, okay? It might give you a little bit of a psychological blue balls. You get blue-brained. Said. Leftward Ho, you are now in charge of coming up with names for things because that's 2 that you've done today, and so you're good at it, so you're now in charge of it. The only contingency is that you have to accept this compliment or I will rescind the offer. You have 24 hours to respond. By accepting kindness, you are allowing it to grow. Kindness is what allows us to build connection, and to build trust, and to share positivity with one another. I don't know about you, but kindness is pretty cool. And what you might notice is that when a person is unable to show kindness, that person tends to be very weak in some capacity. They are either, physically weak, mentally weak, spiritually weak. Because you have to be strong enough to be kind. That's what I've noticed. You have to be strong enough to be kind. Too many people, especially weak-willed, weak-minded people, they are just constantly in a rush to put other people down in order to feel better about themselves. And so, putting others down is weak behavior. Kindness is the real strength. Probably noticed that the people in life who just for the life of them cannot be nice or kind ever. You've probably noticed that these people tend to just be very weak in some capacity. Like, who is it right now that's just spreading the most vile, hateful stuff in comment sections across the internet right now? Some very isolated, some very damaged people. People resort to being unkind because they are not strong enough to be kind. And so if you are capable of being kind, celebrate that strength. Allow that strength to build. Keep working that muscle, brother. You will get very strong. Let's talk about rising from the mud. Let's talk about rising from the mud. Let's say that maybe you are one of those people, or maybe you were one of those people. Maybe you are somebody who's just like, you know what? It is difficult for me to be kind. Maybe I do put other people down in order to feel better about myself. Maybe you've just been down in the mud. Maybe you've just been insecure and doing the things that the ego likes to do to protect itself. Lash out against others. A lot of people stay stuck in these cycles of self-doubt because they reject the very kindness that could help lift them out. It rhymed. to add that. I need to add that in. Now it reads more poetically that way. Got an anonymous squirrel in the chat. Reading the slides right now. If you type !slides, you can find a copy of these if you're interested. This is socialist mental health. I'm giving it all away for free because socialism. Now, if you like this content and you want to support it, consider subscribing. A lot of confrontational people feel that being combative helps them stay safe from judgment, criticism, etc., but it blocks kindness too. You're right. The walls that we build to try to protect ourselves from psychological pain, it doesn't just block out the things that could potentially hurt us, it also blocks out the things that could potentially heal us. Because compliments and positive affirmations, these are like hands that are helping you to reach out and pull you up from the mud. It's all about those small, sincere gestures that are trying to remind you that you matter, whether they are done by someone else or whether it is you doing them for yourself. It's all of those tiny little steps that it takes to get to the top of the mountain. By accepting these, it does not mean that we are arrogant. It is how we open up to connection and growth. Which is why it's important to recognize your W's. Let the light that others see in you reflect back. Especially if you've forgotten it within yourself. Takes a lot of energy away. Both yep, definitely. It's exhausting. It drains a lot of power keeping up the force field. Puts a lot of stress on the reactor, the force field that you gotta keep up. It's for the science fiction nerds out there. Shout out to the science fiction fans. Gotta be one of my favorite genres. Alright, chat, I've got some questions for you. I feel like so far we've been having a really great discussion, and I'd like for us to continue that, and I have some questions that I'd like for us to ponder. So I would like to invite anybody here to, just reflect, whether on your own, within the confines of your own mind, within the privacy of your own heart. Or feel free to do it with the group. Feel free to bring it into the chat if you would like to discuss. So first off, a lot of us have already shared this, but I just want to ask again, what would your typical reaction be when someone offers you a compliment? Do you typically deflect? Do you turn it into a joke? That's what I'll normally do. If I don't accept it, I normally joke about it. Because I'm a jokester. It's just my class clown coming out. Or do you genuinely receive it? It's important to understand where we're at, so that we know where we're trying to get to. If you want to get to where you're trying to go, you have to know where you're at first. And so, you might find yourself, you know, it's natural to be resistant because we're talking about resistance here. We're talking about resistance, and so it's going to be natural to try to resist even talking about resistance. And so some of you, when we talk about it, we're like, hey, do you typically accept compliments? You might find your own internal resistance being like, sure, definitely. I always accept a compliment. I've never not accepted a compliment. I would never do that. I would never not accept a compliment. You see what I mean? We're talking about resistance, and your own resistant behaviors might pop up just by talking about it. Do you see what I mean? And I say that because we want to be good people, and if we're not accepting compliments, we view that as a bad behavior. And I'm not a bad person, so if somebody asks me if I accept compliments, I'm gonna be like, well, definitely, I always accept compliments. A friend told me Happy Mother's Day because I'm a caretaker, and I snapped back. I'm not a parent. Genuinely, that ruined her day. It's never too late to apologize. It's never too late to apologize. You know, I'll be like, hey, you remember this moment? I just wanted to say, I've thought about it a lot. I just wanted to apologize. I can tell you were just trying to be nice, and I kinda came back at you a little hard. It's never too late to try to make amends. Alright, let's go a little deeper. Let's go a little deeper here. Why do you think that habit formed? Where did you learn it? Where did you pick it up? This one, you gotta go further back in the attic on this one. You might run into some cobwebs. Going back, trying to figure this out. Now where did this come from? Why is it that I have a hard time accepting compliments? Well, okay. I'll let you know. I'll share with you mine. I'm looking back now, I've got it pieced together. Part of the reason why I can sometimes have a hard time accepting a compliment is because in my life there were people who would compliment me, but then I would see them talk badly of others when others weren't around. And so that led me to assume that they're only being nice to me to my face, just like they're nice to everybody else's face. But whenever I'm not around, who knows how they really feel about me? And so that's where my reluctance to accept compliments stems from, because people can be two-faced. Try to actively say thanks and think of nice moments in life to reinforce the nice moment. Like all the sappy shows I love where people are open. I think once I came out as trans, I had to work hard to build this capacity for it, or I'd burn out. So I had to engage in building a reflexive memory recall, collecting to the moment, and taking on the ideal interaction. I think all of queer and trans internalized dislike made it hard. Well, it sounds like you have read your brain's instruction manual. It kind of sounds like you're min-maxing your thinking. Which can be good, but it can also be draining in its own way. Sometimes we get too caught up on our own internal processes. Sometimes we get a little too zoomed in, and we missed the forest for the trees. So I guess what I would say is, keep up the good work, but don't ever be afraid to take a step backwards from the situation so that you can get a broader perspective. Sometimes we can get very dialed in to our own internal machinations, and we try to... It's kind of just another manifestation of overthinking. Sometimes it's nice to just feel stuff and not have to think all that much about it. Thank you. You're welcome. Micromanage our emotions? Kind of. You're just like, okay, when I'm in this situation and there's this type of music playing and there's this type of, you know, I'm thinking about this particular thing, and it's like that will create the peak experience. It's like you're in your laboratory, like pouring from different vials, like, yes, I've done it. I've crafted the peak experience. The perfect moment. Which can be fun. And that can, you know, it can teach you a lot about yourself. It can teach you how to regulate yourself. And it's important to know how to regulate yourself. But also sometimes it's nice to just float. Sometimes it's nice to just not give a fuck. And what you'll find is that if you're willing to look, there's always stuff out there that you could give a fuck about. A lot of us neurodivergent peeps got the "you're so smart, you just need to apply yourself," and hearing that over and over can really sour you on compliments. Yeah, because when you tell somebody, "Oh my god, you're so gifted, oh my god, you're so smart, you just need to apply yourself," I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Apply myself? What the fuck do you mean apply myself? What does that even mean? Apply what? Apply lotion? Apply for a job? What am I applying for? they would have been much better served if they recognized that the best way to teach a child how to apply themselves is to model that behavior so that you give them something to actually latch onto. Because children are full of potential, but they've got no foundation. And so, as an adult, you have to provide them with foundation so that they can really thrive. A lot of adults will just be like, hey kid, you're so smart. You'll do great. You'll figure it out. I figured it out. Did your parents ever compare you to prodigies and say shit like, you know, there are kids performing in Carnegie Hall your age right now and shit? That's kind of messed up. Especially if it makes you feel insecure about yourself as a kid. That could definitely contribute to some issues with receiving compliments, because you might view yourself as unworthy. It's like, well, I'm not some freak. Because and I mean that term with all love and respect, because I'm a freak sometimes, you know, statistically, when you're such an outlier to the average person, like you're some like child prodigy and you've just got some like freaky ability. You're able to like compute complex math equations or like play instruments, or you're a little freak, and I mean that with all love and respect. Take it from me, I'm a certified freak 7 days a week, so I don't mean this as an insult, but the problem is if you're just some like regular kid and your parents are trying to compare you to some little freak, it's like, that's not fair. That's not fair. This child is a statistical anomaly. But yeah, I could definitely see how that would make a child feel insecure about themselves, because they're like, well, I'm not the best of the best, and if I'm better than, if I was the best of the best, then mommy and daddy would be proud of me. Can't all be a prodigy now. I think we would be much better served to just learn how to play to a child's strengths. If you show interest in something, if you show an aptitude for something, I'm like, go with that. Go with that. Help to nurture what's already growing there. Not everybody needs to be a rocket scientist. Not everybody needs to be a pianist. We need people to fill all sorts of roles and functions within society, and we should embrace people's natural aptitudes and interests. Like right now, we're running into some issues within the job market because everybody was told that they need to go into computer science because that's where the money is. There's money in computers. And now we have a bunch of people who can't find jobs because they're just using AI to do that work. So the performance thing was an issue. If you don't get A's in classes, it's not good. Hey man, C's get degrees, but not all of us have that same mindset. Some people think, okay, you're not successful unless you get straight A's, you go to the best school in the world. That you're not successful unless you make all of those things happen. Also, we don't see these kids practice hard for years. It's true. It also kind of makes you what's going on behind the scenes. Like, hopefully this isn't some sort of like YouTube family type scenario here. Like, oh, hey, look at little Jimmy. Look at little Jimmy. Look how talented he is. And it's like when the cameras are off, it's like, keep practicing, Jimmy. Keep going, Jimmy. I need you to hit all of those notes. You're sloppy, Jimmy. Keep it going. You're never gonna make 1 million subscribers on YouTube at this rate, Jimmy. The Mr. Beast origin story. You think you're gonna make 1 million subscribers with content like that, Jimmy? There are many, many real-life examples of this kind of shit happening. Parents pressuring their children, especially with it's like, so when you think about it, you kind of don't want to be a child prodigy because more often than not, your parents are just going to try to make money off of you, and that's fucked up. So, hold on a second. Is this a capitalism problem? Is capitalism to blame yet again? Capitalism has parents so fucked up that they would sell out their own children to make a buck. Capitalism at it again. Like I'm living in a Scooby-Doo rerun. I keep pulling the mask off the enemy and I'm like, oh my god, it's capitalism again. Alright, we've got a few more discussion questions. Let's check these out. We've got a couple more questions here. Can you recall a compliment that was hard to accept? And if so, what did that moment reveal about how you see yourself? What you might notice is that you'll find some compliments are easier to accept, and other compliments I might never in the life of me ever think that that's something that I would accept. I find that it's usually capitalism. Capitalism has us all fucked up. Can you think of a, like, as far as political structures go, can you, like, it's pretty bad for mental health. It is not a system that is designed for people. It's a system that is designed for people that want to control other people. Capitalism is designed for the capitalist, which isn't us, because we're the working class. We are the product. We are the exploited labor force. Wake up. Compliment hitting close to an insecurity can be hard. True. Let's give an example. Let me give you an example. Let's say that maybe you had something happen in your life and it made you feel, kind of fearful. Maybe something happened to you when you were young and you were scared because you were a scared kid, because that's what kids do. Kids get scared. And maybe later in life, someone compliments you on your bravery. They're like, wow, you were really brave back there. But you might not take it. Be like, nope. According to my own internal diagram, I am actually still a scared 7-year-old. So I can't accept this compliment. I cannot recognize myself as brave. I'm just a small little bean. So yeah, Yeah, that's some good insight. The closer a compliment lands to your own insecurities, the more difficult it might be to accept. Frankly, I expect a request. Like whenever somebody makes a compliment, you're like, all right, what are they trying to get out of me? Like, what are they, it's like, all right, what do they want this time? It's just a sign that we've been hanging around some transactional people, if that's the case. If we want to reflect on that, just think about the times where people have complimented you, or just try to be mindful going forward whenever someone does compliment you. Did they end up asking me for something? Were there strings attached? There are transactional people out there. There are people out there who will, they will fill you up so that they can, drain you dry. But I find that that's not most people. I get worried about compliments on how thin I am. I've had body issues since middle school. They're a lot better now, but it feels weird to be complimented about something that didn't come out of altogether healthy instincts. Let's take a step back from it, and let's try to understand the mind of a person who feels compelled to compliment another person on being thin. If a person is going around complimenting other people on being thin, what does that say about what they're thinking? What does it say about what their priorities are? And so I would just say thank you, because they were trying to be nice. I would just say thank you. They just know where you're at. They don't know how you got there. They just know where you're at. They don't know how you got there. So just say thank you. And then recognize that they weren't trying to make you feel uncomfortable. If anything, they were just showing you what their own priorities are. To them, it is a priority. They put importance on body type. Me personally, I don't ever comment on people's body. Like, I will never be like, I feel like talking about people's body types is unnecessary. It's like, you've got so much going on in that big old brain of yours. Like, why do I really care what shape your vessel is in? I don't really care. How do you tell backhanded compliments from genuine compliments? Treat all of them as genuine compliments. Let's do the math. You want to do some math? Let's do some math. All right. Let's say that you're just going to accept all compliments, even if they're backhanded compliments. If you receive a genuine compliment and you accept it, that's success. If you receive a backhanded compliment and you receive it as a genuine compliment, that is also success. Now, let's say we want to try to decipher what the person is doing. Let's say we want to try to decipher whether they're making a genuine compliment or a backhanded compliment. If I'm going to filter out my compliments, there are chances where I could be wrong. I might disregard some genuine compliments because I took it as backhanded. And so you're going to be receiving less positive energy overall because you're sussing out all of your compliments. You're trying to filter, is this real or is this fraudulent? It doesn't really matter. A compliment is a compliment. You can take it and choose to feel good about it, and then that's it. Just say thank you. I'm not that good at math. That's fine. It wasn't really math. It was just pretend math. The real downside of filtering your compliments is that you might end up assuming most genuine compliments are backhanded. You might not take many compliments at all. And so that's why I don't find it helpful to filter out whether it's a real compliment or a backhanded compliment. I'm going to treat it like it was real either way because I've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. So I'll just say, well, thank you. It was a nice thing of you to say. And then I go on about my day. And I don't have to spend any time or energy being like, did they really mean that? What do they mean by that? What are they trying to get from me? It's like you normally look bad, or I didn't think you were competent enough to handle it. Is that what they're actually saying, or is that how we're interpreting it? Like, the example would be like, hey, you look really good today. And we misinterpret that as, I look bad every other day. Or if somebody says, wow, you did a great job. And you're like, they didn't think I could do it. They didn't think I was competent enough. This is us projecting our own insecurities onto the other person. It's important to recognize that. It's like deep down, we're worried that we don't look good, or we're worried that we're not competent, and so we assume that other people must believe that about us because that's really what we believe about ourselves. So knock it off. Give yourself a pat on the back. Take the W. Not what we think, but it's actually what people say. Well, then it's criticism. It's not a compliment. That's just criticism. And when people try to criticize you, what I like to do is respond with questions. You know what is also a power play? You want to know my power play strategy? This one's for the real gamers out there. You want to know the power play strategy? Take criticism as a compliment also. Just take everything as a compliment. You know, somebody says something about like that about you, but like, well, thank you for thinking about me. You know, I'm sure you're a busy person, so I appreciate you taking the time to think about me. I'm going to take what you've said into consideration. I appreciate the input. Go back to the kitchen. Oh yeah, good point. I forgot my snack on the counter. Thank you. When you get really good at reframing, it's sort of like a mental judo. You learn how to redirect the other person's energy and use it in your favor. I feel like it's hard for me because I don't know how to take myself less seriously. Go in the mirror and make silly faces until you feel better. That will work. Go give it a try. Just go in the mirror and be like, go in the mirror and make silly faces. That will teach you to treat yourself less seriously. How do I fix the opposite problem? You don't treat yourself seriously enough? Start wearing pants. Dress like you mean business. I think the only time you need to respond with anything other than genuine is hostility. That's when the filters need to be engaged and turn on threat assessment vision. It's true, like, I can handle passive aggression, like, whatever, okay, like... But whenever people are an actual legitimate threat, that's when you need to be defensive. We are so quick to activate our defenses at the slightest indication of threat, even if it's just a threat to our own ego. And that's because the human mind has a very hard time distinguishing between psychological pain and physical pain. And so it treats the two both as if they are life-threatening. It's like Southern people, someone will say the nastiest thing and, oh, bless your heart. It's true. There's a lot of wisdom. There's a lot of wisdom to be found out there, and that's a great bit of wisdom that you can find. Respond to hatred with kindness. You know, somebody just is really giving you the shit. Somebody's really just giving you the business. They're like, oh, you piece of shit. Who the fuck do you think you are? You fucking clown show. And you're just like, well, I appreciate that you're thinking about me. You know, people got a lot on their mind these days, so, you know, you taking the time to, it sounds like you really put some thought into this. And so I appreciate it, you know? It's nice to know that there are people thinking about me. Another little bit of mental judo is to just play dumb. Now, what did you mean by that exactly? When somebody says something and you're like, what did you mean by that? Can you explain it to me? They're like, oh, it's just a joke. Okay, will you explain the joke? Why is it funny? People would say everyone else in your group, such as for a girl, for an accountant, is usually weak / boring / dumb. That's the type of situation where I find it to be helpful. Now, this is just my move. This might not work for everybody, but this is what I like to do. I like to offer people feedback, but I disguise it as a joke. This is what I've learned from The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Give your opponent, build for your opponent a golden bridge across which they can retreat. And so, if somebody's gonna just say something that's kind of fucked up, find a way to criticize them, but do it in a way that comes across, you know, as you're gonna pad it a little bit with a little bit of humor. That way it gives them the ability to save face and it doesn't turn it into a fight, but they're still gonna think about what they've done. Like, well, you know, Jeff, I won't use Jeff. Jeff is here today. Jeff raided us earlier. I'll use a different name. I just need to remember a different name first. The only name I can think of now is Jeff, now that I have to think of a different name that isn't Jeff. Never mind, I can't remember any other names. Never mind. I've lost the momentum. I've derailed from the derail. Alright, one last discussion question for you. How do you think that your life might change if you let compliments land fully and without resistance? Be more comfortable with and confident in myself. Think of the reward, don't think of the work. A simple little switch to flip in your mind. Focus on the reward and not on the work. The reason why we get stuck, the reason why we just, don't get anything done is because we think about the work. Focus on the reward. So what would the reward be if you opened up to compliments? What would you feel like? What would it change in your life if you were more open to positive feedback, positive praise, positive vibes? Things would feel simpler and with less effort. It's true, you would find I don't need to overthink everything. I don't need to suss people out. I can just allow the transfer of energy to happen. All right. I have one more power move for you. Are you ready? All right. I have for you. Are you? I don't know if you're ready. Are you ready? Ones if you're ready. I've got how to turn anything into a compliment. Let's say that somebody comes up to you and they try to insult you. Let's say that somebody comes up to you and they try to insult you. Maybe it's a friend or a family member, it's somebody who knows you. It's not just some random person, is what I'm trying to say. It's not just some stranger on the street. This is somebody that knows you. The ultimate way to flip any of those insults into a compliment would be as such. I recognize that the reason why they are insulting me about this is because it is a projection of their own insecurities. This is something that they feel insecure about, but they feel secure enough to open up about the topic with me. They are using me as a means to talk about themselves. They are using me as a measure to explore some topics that they are afraid to discuss about themselves. They feel safe and comfortable enough opening up about this topic with me when they may not do it with anyone else. This is a technique that I learned working in mental health, because you get displaced on a lot when you work in mental health, because you're talking about, people's stress, you're talking about the problems in their life, and you're a face that's in front of them, and they will displace onto that face. That sounds weird when I put it that way. There is to be no displacing on any faces today. Forget I ever said it. When you work in mental health, you're talking about vulnerable topics, and people will displace those feelings onto whoever is in front of them. And sometimes, as their provider, that's you. And so you get used to handling that, and what you recognize is that they are trying to talk about something that is hurting them, and they're not ready to talk about it in terms of themselves yet, but they're bringing the topic up by talking about it to you. And so it's a safer way for them to explore those feelings. They can't own their own feelings, but they can talk about your feelings. They can't own up their insecurities, but they'll talk about yours. So is this response like, thank you for opening up to me about the problems you constantly see in those around? What I find to be helpful is to make it about us instead of making it about me. If somebody wants to criticize me about something, I'll be like, you know what, you're right, that is something that people struggle with. We've all been there from time to time. It is an important thing to talk about. Can you think about any times in your life where you've struggled with the same thing? Do you have any guidance to offer me? All right. Let's bring it on home. Accepting a compliment, it doesn't mean that you have a big ego. It doesn't mean that you're high on the smell of your own farts or obsessed with your own importance. All it means is that you allow yourself to experience vulnerability and openness. You are engaging in an exchange of energy with someone else, and that requires open, genuine connection. It takes courage to let others see the good in you. and to believe that it might be true. The fart comment caught me off guard, my bad. You gotta get with it. You gotta get with the program. We're gonna be talking about farts, and we're also gonna be dropping knowledge. That's just the pace of this stream. You never know what to expect. I like to keep you guessing. But I also like to be consistent. Every time that you say thank you and mean it, you're reinforcing your self-worth. It's one step in the right direction. Whenever you fight back against a compliment, that's taking you in the direction of, well, I don't really believe the compliment. That's why I have to hold it to such scrutiny. That's why I have to suss it out. People are more likely to compliment you again if you thank them. It's true! If you just say thank you, people will give you more compliments. Because giving people compliments makes you feel good. I'm a good person. I did a good thing. I made somebody else feel good by saying something nice about them. And then they said thank you. I should do it more. Sad I missed this one. This is something I need to learn. There will be the VOD. There is also... You can get a copy of the slides. Exclamation slides in the chat. You can get a copy. The VOD will also be up. What happens if we say thank you to ourselves? You should say thank you to yourself for taking good care of yourself, for looking out for yourself, for protecting yourself. You should be thankful of your own effort. You're keeping your ass alive. That's worthy of thanks. When one practices gratitude, you should practice it in every direction, within you and outside of you. So remember, when you can receive love freely, you also become better at giving it. And that's how we lift each other up. All right. I've always been weird about compliments because forever everyone has always been like, Clambake, you're the smartest, strongest, wisest, hottest, coolest, etc. And I just don't want to get a big head is all. You forgot, you've also got a huge cock. Can't leave that out. You got a big, a big throbbing member and some meaty, clacking balls. I'm just having fun, okay? I'm just having fun. Am I turning trade? No. I can be immature. I'm well in tune with my inner child, and so I think poop is funny, I think farts are funny, I think talking about dick and balls is funny. And if you got a problem with that, that's okay. I don't mind. How would you know? Oh, well, you know. It's just more of a gut feeling. Wayna, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for the 5 months. Alright, everybody, this has been how to accept a compliment. I hope you have enjoyed this presentation. We wanted to keep things a little bit more light and fun today. Hopefully we were able to do that. Thanking myself is a cool idea. I like it. Alright, from my perspective, why wouldn't you thank yourself? You've been keeping yourself alive every single day. You make sure your needs are met. You make sure that you're, like, it's a thankless job keeping my ass alive. There's no problem in showing gratitude for yourself. In fact, I think it's actually an important thing to practice if you want to, feel better mentally. Because you're working hard to keep yourself alive every day, and if that's just a thankless job, you get burnt out, right? You get burnt out doing a thankless job. So you should print yourself off a little certificate. You should print yourself off a little certificate, Employee of the Month. You did a great job on that presentation. Thank you. It was nice of you to say. OPV, thank you for the gifted sub. OPV the GOAT. Short circuit the voice in your mind that deflates external compliments by accepting your own genuine thank you. Because you know if you're being genuine to yourself. Missed this one, didn't I? And you needed this one. This one was for you, actually. But thankfully, the VOD will be up. Thankfully, the VOD will be up. OPV with the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's because my mom compliments me when she wants to do something and she's always lying.
The fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jamie was obsessed with this song.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me. Yeah.
That's what goes on inside my brain whenever I'm dealing with a chronically dishonest person. Just like, why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying. Alright, gang, we've got some questions in the box, and you know me, I don't like I don't like to leave a box unfilled. You know, I realized I caught myself early there on that one. the innuendos have just been coming out today, so I'm trying to keep them trying to keep them on the level. All right. I just want to take a minute to say thank you. It's hard to believe I have been a chatter here for over a year. Traditional routes of therapy just don't seem to be a good fit to me for various reasons, but over the last year I've noticed a lot of improvement in myself with how I manage and cope with circumstances, and I think in large part that is due to this channel. I'm not the only one who has reaped the benefits of these discussions. I hope you know what a valuable resource this community is, so I thank you and your mods for hosting this safe place for positivity, healing, and growth. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. You're wrong. I don't believe you. You're just trying to get something out of me. I'm kidding. Thank you so much. I'm just joking. I just thought it would be funny if after the compliments presentation, I didn't accept a compliment. I said, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you talking about? I will be loudly yelled at for hours. You know the best response when someone's yelling? Why are you yelling? Just play dumb. Just play dumb. You know, people are trying to get a rise out of you. People are trying to make you feel some type of way. Just act like a complete idiot. Why are you yelling? I'm confused. What's wrong? Why are you acting this way? Sometimes it's the big brain play to act like a complete dumbass. Sometimes you gotta be smart enough to play dumb. Thank you for the kind words. This one's going on the fridge. Thank you for the ego boost. That will keep me fed for weeks. My ego has been satisfied. It will return to its slumber. Go back into hibernation. Ayo, so I'm a woman, late 20s, and it looks like I'm gonna be put in charge of training some early 20s guys. And OMG, I hate to be ageist or one of those people that hate the younger generation, but what is wrong with younger Gen Z men? Lack of good role models, lack of guidance. We're running into the consequences of a generation of people who were raised by YouTubers, people who were raised by an iPad. The iPad kids are growing up, folks. The iPad kids are growing up and they're entering the workforce. The iPhone was invented in 2006. It's been almost 20 years of the iPhone. The truth, every generation has to listen to that sermon. Yeah, it's a theme that repeats throughout the generation. What the fuck is wrong with kids these days? No initiative, no backbone, slow workers. No initiative, no backbone, slow workers. Older Gen Z that graduated before COVID aren't this bad usually. But younger Gen Z, yep, because they were probably children when... Okay, so if these people are in their early 20s, you know, they were born in, you know, around 2005, 2006, 2000, you know, somewhere in there. They were probably what, like 5, 6, 7, 8 years old when they first were able to have like tablets. Maybe 10, 12, still formative years. And I feel like what we've done is we've just made things, you know, technology has afforded things to just be easier and simpler. We don't really have to try as hard, and so there's less demand placed on people, and so as a result, we don't develop as much because there's no demand. They're all addicted to their screens. Kids and their phones. Help me. How do I motivate these young men to be grown-ass men? Well, they're gonna have to grow into grown-ass men. That might take a little bit of time. They've still got some time before their brains are finished cooking. You know, they don't have a fully formed frontal lobe, and so there you might be dealing with an increased level of executive dysfunction. How do I motivate these young men to be grown-ass men and do things without being told? Tale as old as time. How do I get these men to do what is expected of them without me having to ask? We've been trying to crack that nut for thousands of years. We've been trying to solve that problem for millennia. How do I get these men to do what I expect of them without me having to ask them? Maybe they just need you to ask them until they figure it out. Eventually, they'll get tired of you asking them, and maybe they'll learn to take the initiative. It's annoying. It shouldn't have to be done, but it's basically your job now. You get to ask them to do stuff, and then they do it. It's simple warehouse work. You know, it's less about what the work is, and it's more about the attitude towards work in general. Unstack the boxes, scan it, and sort the freight. But they act like it's rocket science. I swear I don't get paid enough for this. It's time to ask for a raise. You should document all of this. Also, if they make a mess, make them clean it up. Some people are just so dumb when it comes to common sense. Well, either they're dumb or they're overthinking it. It could be either one. Sometimes we overthink simple shit and we're like, they said scan the boxes, but what box do I scan first? Do I scan them by size? Do I scan them by where they're at? You know? Unstack the boxes. I feel like more often than not, people are just overcomplicating things by overthinking it. I refuse to believe that people are just that foolish. That some of them might be. That's true. Some of them, they just might be like, I don't know, unstacking boxes? I'm not sure how to do that. You know, some of them are probably like, you know what, they told me to stack boxes this way, but I'm actually going to do it this way because this feels more efficient. You know, maybe they're over here trying to figure out, like, how can I make my job easier? How can I make it more efficient? How can I disregard all of the advice and guidance I've been given because I actually know best? I had an ex that would say he literally couldn't see dirt. It was invisible to him. That's a first for me. I'm gagged right now, so I need a moment to process this. Feigned ignorance, weaponized incompetence. There are a lot of people out there who recognize that if I just act really bad at something, like I'm really bad at doing this, so I think you should just do it instead because you're better at it. It's like, we're over it. We've been there before. We've been doing this for too long. So you gotta clock them on that bullshit. Okay. All right. I shouldn't be telling you this, but I'm going to give you a glimpse into the male mind, okay? This is going to come straight out of the Men Handbook. If you're dealing with men in their early 20s and you're trying to get them to do stuff and take it seriously, you have to challenge their manhood. You have to imply that their ineffectiveness, their inability, detracts from them being a man. You have to say things like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were a grown-ass man. I didn't think I would have to explain this to you again." Real men cook and clean, it's true. And I've told this to men before. I've told this to men to their face. I'm like, you like having clean stuff? Then you should like cleaning stuff. You like having good food? You should like cooking food. And so, if you want the real secret, because this is what the military does. This is what the military does to get young men to follow orders. It challenges their manhood because these men aren't old enough to recognize that that whole manhood thing is a bunch of bullshit. It's just a tool of the patriarchy. But you're going to use it to your advantage so that you can achieve compliance in the workplace. You're going to take the conditioning that these men have experienced in a patriarchal system, and you are going to leverage it in your favor. These men aren't old enough to recognize that when somebody challenges you on your manhood, that it doesn't really matter. So, you can use that. I tell my partner all the time I'm not his mom or his maid, it usually works. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was in a relationship with a grown-ass man and not an itty-bitty diaper baby. Foolish me! I could have sworn that I was in a relationship with a full-grown, able-bodied man. And yet it turns out that it's a pathetic diaper baby. Can't even make your own bottle. Can't even wipe your own butt. I mean, I was with this guy for 2 years and I swear to you, he never cleaned the toilet or bathtub, never. He would have let it go indefinitely, probably. He would have probably just gone until he's like, well, it's time to move out, so if I want my security deposit back, I better clean the tub. Or I'm trying to sell the place and maybe I'll just hire a cleaner. Is there a good way to build overall mental/emotional grace in the same way as learning how to take a compliment gracefully? In that presentation, we talked about stopping and breathing, just taking a pause instead of jumping to our original response. That is a fundamental component of practicing grace for yourself. Just giving yourself time to respond instead of jumping to your first reaction. Because whenever we jump to our first reaction, we're just repeating the cycle. But when we pause and try to take a different route, that's how we actually get somewhere different. And so a good way to practice showing yourself grace is recognize when I'm following my old patterns here. I need to just pause, take a big deep breath, and think about where I want to go from here. Don't even get me started on my ex-husband. He was a pastor, leaving shit behind on the toilet seat. Somebody asked the other day, what does the bar mean? Because I kept saying the bar is in hell. This is what I mean by the bar is in hell. We've got men out here taking shits on top of the toilet and still able to find a partner. You know what's crazy to me? Hold on. You know what's just so crazy to me? Sometimes the only time it feels like a man gives a shit about taking care of himself or looking good or cleaning up after himself is when he's in a relationship with a man. Why is that? Why is it that when a man is with a woman, he's just like, let me just be a fucking slob. Let me just be an absolute pig. But whenever a man's with another man, it's like, I gotta impress him. Men tend to really care what other men think about them. Because a lot of men take manliness as something that defines their value. And so we seek approval from other men, and a lot of men have been conditioned to not care or to not treat as serious what a woman has to say. It only matters when it's coming from a man, not from a woman. I don't fucking get it. I'm explaining it to you. It's just an extension of the patriarchy. This was a good tea. This was a good tea. It was one of the ones that I got from the hotel that we stayed at TwitchCon. They had Earl Grey tea, so you better believe I snagged a few to take home with me. Shitty fucking pieces of shit get literal queens. Well, okay. When we talk about the patriarchal system, it conditions both men and women as far as what their place should be within society as a whole. A lot of women are conditioned from a young age to be subservient, to make your man happy, you know, to idolize and, you know, do whatever he wants, and, you know, it's all part of the patriarchy. So you find out that there's a lot of guys who just look like real schlubs, who are just acting like real pieces of shit, and they're somehow batting way out of their league. That's the patriarchy for you. That's the patriarchy in action. Enshrining women is a gilded cage too. It's true, because women aren't allowed to show anger. They're not allowed to be frustrated. Also, a lot of them aren't allowed to be funny. Because a lot of guys who don't have a lot of other things going for them except for their humor, you know, like that's how they try to level the playing field. Is like, well, if I can't be successful or smart or attractive, at least I'll be funny. And then they see a funny woman and they're like, damn it, that was my thing. And so they get intimidated by it. My ex hated that I'm actually funny. See? See? I've spent a lot of time thinking about what the fuck is wrong with men. And I've figured a lot of it out. Men are scared of funny women. Only men who are insecure. Like, secure men, they like it when women are funny because it's nice to know funny people. That's it. It's like, but whenever there are men who, like, that's their thing, they're like, well, maybe I don't have money, maybe I don't have, you know, a big house, maybe I don't have, you know, maybe I'm not tall, maybe I'm a little overweight, you know, they're like, that's their thing. They're like, well, I can at least be funny. And so if they encounter a woman who's funny, they feel intimidated because they're insecure. They're being outperformed by a woman. That was their thing. And now they don't have a thing. The irony here is that they're actually not even funny. If you're that insecure, you're probably not even funny in the first place. Secure people are actually way funnier than insecure people. Thank you so much. I accept this compliment. Okay. You've done it. You've done it. We've found a perfect replacement. Earlier, there were people who were, you know, talking about how they'll respond with a compliment with, okay. Like, you can replace it. Because that's also a boss move, and it also kind of feels the same, you know, it feels similar. You know, thank you so much. I will accept this compliment. I have accepted your words for processing. You can expect a reply in 3 to 5 business days. We appreciate you contacting me. Seeing women as peers intellectually is illegal for a Christian nationalist country. You know, all of the Abrahamic religions tend to devalue women. You know, a lot of these, like, whatever colonialism was really happening and people were like venturing out into the new world and they were encountering these indigenous tribes, they were baffled. They were baffled because they're like, hold on a second, why are your men and women equal? They couldn't even understand it. It didn't even make sense to them. They're like, what the fuck? Your men and women are equal? They thought it was crazy. And we've been slowly deprogramming from that. And we're still caught up on a lot of that shit. I'm talking about this a lot today because misogyny has been on the rise on the internet. What you've probably noticed is that the dominoes are starting to tip. They are going after marginalized people. People are feeling more emboldened to say things that go against marginalized people. fascists, the racists, the bigots, all of the phobes. They are feeling emboldened. And so it's important to protect marginalized people because they're all being attacked right now because that's what fascists really want to do. Have you all tried growing mushrooms? We have. But growing mushrooms is kind of tricky because you have to think on like a microscopic scale. You're dealing with like microscopic life. You have to make sure that everything is like as sterile as can be because the mushroom cells are competing against like natural like molds and other stuff that's just floating around in the air. I don't like mushrooms. What about Psilocybe cubensis? How do you feel about Psilocybe cubensis as a mushroom? But you have a backyard. Mushrooms can also be very temperamental as far as their growing conditions. Some mushrooms only like to grow on when there are certain conditions met. They have to have the right food, they have to have the right temperature, they have to have the right humidity. Do they need humidity? Yes, they need moisture. Like the mushroom body is the fruit of the mushroom organism. Most of the mushroom organism exists as a mycelial network. It's this web of single-stranded cells that form this root-like pattern. It looks a lot like brain matter. And then the mushroom is just the fruit. It's how it reproduces. It's what releases the spores so that more mushrooms can grow. The thing about mycelium, though, is that it's basically immortal, and you can just like rehydrate it, and it'll normally be able to pop back to life. It's pretty cool. Anyway, mushrooms are neat. Even if you don't like to eat them, I think they're still really interesting, like as an organism, how they work. The largest organism on our planet. The largest organism on our planet. I need another cup of tea. I'm getting a little... The largest organism on our planet is a mushroom. Let me show you. The largest organism on Earth is a fungus. There is a huge sprawling fungus in eastern Oregon. It's this type. It makes this type of mushroom. Armillaria solipides. Solidipes. Or honey mushrooms growing in a forest in the Cascade Mountains of central Oregon. This fungus occupies 2,384 acres, and it's all the mycelium that's under the soil, because that's what the actual organism is. It's that mycelial network. It's nearly 10 square kilometers. Did you know you can start an O2 cycle with nothing but lichen and rocks? Are you thinking about making a terrarium? Or like a little closed ecosystem? The mycelial network. It's this vast network. I want an actual picture and not just like some fucking AI bullshit, please. There is a mycelial network under the soil that other plants and trees will use to communicate, pass nutrients through. It's basically the underground internet. Isn't that shit pretty cool? Also, the structure that it forms is very similar to our own brain structure. The way that our brain cells connect. You know, if you were to look at a mycelial network and then look at like what you'll see is that they operate under similar patterns. Kinda cool, huh? It's like a big underground fungal brain. Anyway, you can look all of this up yourself. I'm not BSing you. I'm not making any of this up. It's pretty cool. It gives me anxiety for some reason. Why would it give you anxiety that a mommy tree can pass nutrients along to its baby tree through the mycelial network? That's the cutest thing I've ever heard. Why would that make anybody anxious? Actually, I think it makes you anxious because you assume that the plants are communicating and they're talking shit on you. I think that's what it is. You're like, oh no, all of the plants are connected through this mycelial network that exists in the soil. Surely they're talking about me. Are we all like galaxies? You have an inner universe that is just as robust as the one that exists outside of you. And that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that this pattern exists throughout nature. It exists in the soil under our feet. The soil that is what allows us to live in the first place. Also, another fun fact, we are more related to mushrooms than we are to plants. We share more DNA with fungus than we do with plants. It's all different, but also all the same. Namaste. Tatvamasi. I am that too. Just think of what the human race could accomplish if we were a hive mind. We could really be getting stuff done now, wouldn't we? Just think of how much work we'd get done if we were a hive mind. We would have colonized the solar system already. Atticus, can you get out? Okay. Atticus is insistent on ruining the green screen. He's unwilling to not mess with the green screen. I'm getting bullheaded by this beagle right now. He's just walking around my desk going damn beagle nose. He just walks through stuff smelling all the time. He's got this like thick bone. He's got this thick ass forehead, this thick ass brow, because he'll just like bump into shit. He's just nose to the ground, just. It's so funny. He's such a funny little guy. Accept it as a compliment because we have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Absolutely. take it all as a compliment. All right, Atticus. Okay, Atticus. I thought that someone else would feed you, but you've probably already been fed dinner, and I think you're just in here trying to mess with me. So I need to. Okay, I need to deal with this dog. He's becoming a little terror. Do we already know the movie? No, that's TBD. I'm gonna surprise you. That's TBD for you. Every day is a surprise. All right. Let's see who's online. Alright, I have to raid Whiter Than Snow today because he's dressed like a minion. And if you know me, I'm a real minion maniac. I've only watched the first movie. I still need to watch the rest before they leave Netflix tomorrow. Alright, everybody. It's been fun. I had a good time. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you all have a great night. And I'll see you all tomorrow. So take care, everybody. We'll see you all next time. We'll be doing movie night here at 8 o'clock, so about an hour and a half. That gives me an hour and a half to figure out what movie to watch. Until then, I want you to go tell Whiter Than Snow that his minion costume looks great. I want you to practice your compliments. Have a great night, everybody. I'll see you next time. Ooh, it'll be Halloween tomorrow. Ooh, Halloween. Maybe I'll update that Halloween presentation. We'll revisit the psychology of fear. I'll update it for the modern format. All right, everybody. See you later. Bye. We'd be dressing up, I assume. Uh-oh.